All right, good morning, guys. Hi, I see you all. How are you today? It's me, it's Spartan John, hanging out. Face camera. Here we go. Morning. Hi. Good morning. It's a reading day. We're gonna read Mortal Dictata today. We got about 100 pages left to go. I have just water today. It's hot. I've already been out this morning. I went and got a coffee with my wife this morning. We took our dogs to the to a sniff spot. It's a place that you go. It's like an owned property that somebody has that is fenced, and you take your dogs there and walk with them in the property. So it's kind of like a dog park, but not quite like a dog park. Anyway, hey Siri, text Elena Lunt.
What would you like to say?
I have located the Subaru keys.
Okay, sending.
So anyway, we went out to the dog park thing, the sniff spot this morning, and walked our two Malamutes and our tiny dog Roger for a little bit, and that was cool. And let's see. Hold on, I'm answering a text about a canopy. Sweet. All right. Perfect. I'm selling canopy on Saturday morning, which is good because it's gonna create a huge extra space in my yard to do cool things with. It's a truck canopy we've had sit in for a while. Anyway, check it out. Did the sniff spot, got a coffee, came back, did a little bit of chores in the front yard, and that was cool. Good morning, Jimmy. Hey, Joy. Welcome. We're just getting started doing the things. Anyway, I had fun with the dogs. Came back, they're tuckered out. It was nice because I walked around with my wife. We enjoyed doing the sniff spot thing together. That's really nice. And yeah, that was pretty much it for the day. It's a crazy day. It's a Thursday. We're gonna read. We didn't get to read last week because we were camping. I know a few people who are closer to us than most reached out on Thursday and was like, "Where's the reading? Where are you today?" And I was like, "We're camping." Oh, we missed it. Yeah. See you next week. So anyway, so we're back. We're camping. We're back from camping, and we're here to hang out with you guys and do some more reading. Let's see. Mariners are off today, so I'm wearing my Master Chief shirt. Some Halo clothes returning to the awesome. And I am wearing a Mariners hat, but this one is a military hat, so it's got the camo and and the gold. So because I never quit. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. It's an awesome day. We got 1,722 followers. 1,722. We're on our way to 1,800. I can't believe that many of you have stopped by Chief Shirt. Woo! Anyway, I can't believe that many of you have stopped by to be part of the awesome, and I'm grateful for every single one of you. You guys make my day a lot of days. Some days I'm just, some days are just days, and I get to laugh. I get to cry. I get to enjoy life with you guys and share all the things, and that's a big deal. Hey, Zombie Slayer, how are you this morning? What's up, buddy? I always love when you drop in and just leave this giant thing. It's the best, man. Thank you. 29 subs this morning. Thank you,
Hello there.
thank you, Nikki, for some gifted subs yesterday. Hey, Joy, good morning. How is day 2 in New Orleans? Well, I hope that you've ate many beignets and found a good jambalaya. Yeah. Anything for the coolest Halo streamer besides Installation 00 and Cammy Shep. Hey, you know what? For me to be mentioned in the Hollowed with alongside of those two people in the halls of Halo, I'm just grateful. You know, we have. Hey, that's great. That's great. I'm glad. Sell some shrimp. Get yourself a real good shrimp boil. Wait. Did you say installing canopies? Maybe I'll be there to help because I install canopies for work. Yeah, so, I have a canopy that I'm selling from a truck. They're gonna come and get it on Saturday, so I'm excited about that. And then, I will be replacing a car cover, which is kind of like a canopy, but, you know. Hey, Russian Boat, how are you today? So we've got the water this morning because the coffee pot is not brewed. Because we just got back. As a matter of fact, I didn't even make a TikTok today. Didn't have time. Wanted to get here to you guys. Doing well, that's great news. We're at somewhere around 170 subs on YouTube as well. So thank you, YouTubers. Once again, I can't do this stuff without you. You guys make the awesome go. Like, I know that I'm the Pied Piper of the awesome. You know, I'm the head Spartan here and all of that stuff. But, literally can't do it without you guys. People like Jimmy who come and just talk my ear off and help the time pass. You know, we go through the experience together. You know, Kevin, coffee pot should be on your desk. You know, we've talked about a coffee pot in the Spartan space. We have had this conversation. We're not there yet, and I don't think it's absolutely needed. Going to the house provides me with a great tiny break regularly. And picking up my coffee there is not terrible. In the meantime, we've got a big giant bottle of water, and you know, it is like that. No, seriously, you guys, Jimmy, you guys are important to me. You guys help me. You guys make it. There used to be days where I would sit here and I'd have like one viewer and it was me. And I'd just make jokes about myself to myself or whatever it was. And, you know, some of you would see, hey, Nikki, good morning. Some of you would see that and some of you would not see that. And, you know, it's hard. Streaming, getting started is hard. I just made Jimmy get coffee. Nice. Perfect. If you're in town and you're at a Starbucks, Spartan John drinks a venti vanilla breve. No, sorry. Venti blonde vanilla breve latte. It's blonde shot espresso, approximately 4 ounces. 6 pumps of vanilla flavor, which equates to approximately 3 ounces. And then the additional 13 ounces is half and half. Quote of the day, it's hard. Anyway, that's what I get. My wife says it's a hot ice cream. That's what I drink at Starbucks. And just like Leroy Jethro Gibbs, I almost always drink it hot. Even on the hot days. Yeah. And then if I drink drip coffee, it's just black. Yeah. Because, you know, this is black. I got nothing. It's just like black coffee. Anyway, we got a really great show today. We're gonna read this book. And, oh, fuck. It's gonna be amazing. as soon as I find out where we were just now, because the bookmark fell out of the book when I picked it up. And, that's a shitty deal. I feel like... Uh-oh. Wow. I live in Vegas. It's far too hot for anything besides cold brew, haha, and good morning. Hey, a young smoke Pookie. Welcome. How you doing? And good morning. Wow, yeah, cold brew. I know a lot of people who love cold brew, but yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out exactly where we were. I know we had about 100 pages left to go, and I feel like we were getting ready. God, I almost feel like I should go back now and look at This is a big fuck up. A full read of 2 hours today. We'll see. I'm gonna try to get as far through this thing as I can, but I accidentally just pulled the bookmark, so I gotta figure out where we ended last time, so that I can. Okay, that's where she regained her memory. Shoot. Nikki, do you remember? Check the YouTube video. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to go back and see. Hold on a second. This sucks. This usually does not happen. I feel like, damn it. Normally I say what page we ended on though, so let me find it. Content. For people into reading Halo, I posted a great deal of 15 books for $16. Oh yeah, the ebooks. That's true. I missed a lot last week, so I can't remember where we left off. Oh, that's okay. Let's see. At the end of last week, we ended at... let's see. I want to say we ended at 2 hours last week. Is that correct? I'm looking at it.
Seconds of silence.
Oh, okay.
Ships with your lives. We have Huragok sabotaging the ship. Understood, mistress.
Okay. Nope. Nope. Let's see where we find it.
What do you need?
It's hilarious.
Difference between right and wrong, it said. It was mild and soft, not the voice of a rebel at all. I can choose what I do, and this is wrong. Leave the ship immediately, or you will be most unhappy. The Huragok must have...
I'm like, we're like listening to myself read to myself now. 208 into episode 7. Hey, look at you. 208.
Joel was more stunned than furious. Engines either. It was a slip space drive. Judging by the
208.
the drive was spooling up to jump, and faster than usual. It's insane, she said. It can't possibly. But it did. Pius jumped into...
I love this, you listening to yourself leading.
Shoal shrieked and raged, and yes, she'd admit it to herself. She was in shock.
Okay, so...
That's it.
Come on,
for today. We've
say
got
what
about
page it is.
100 pages left.
About
So
100 left.
possibly two more episodes. We'll see. 100 pages is not much. Wow. Intense. Rescued one and the other. And we gotta find out what happens next time.
Well,
I'm
that
gonna
is
fire up
so
Halo.
not damn
Going to,
not helpful at all.
I'm gonna breathe. I'm gonna fire up Halo.
I'm not going to do any of that because I'm going to find where we were. This is so frustrating. Holy cow. Golly. You know, I was having a good morning this morning. I figured it would be off to a bump less morning. No, fuck that. No, Johnny. Let's see. Holy cow. Any note, John, give page numbers at the end of the read. You know, usually I did bookmark it, but when I picked up the book to show it to you guys, this lanyard was stuck in my leg and it pulled the bookmark. And I was like, oh shit. So now we gotta figure... Oh my god. This is terrible. Oh, wait a second. That was episode 7. Was there an episode 8? Did the Enterprise failed you? The Enterprise failed me. Just give me a second. We're working on it. I can't even today. This is just rich. That's all I can say. July 31st. No, there's one more episode of this Mortal Dictata floating around in the play that's not on the playlist. I guarantee it. There's an episode 8. So let's put this in the playlist. Let's put episode 8 in the playlist where it belongs because, you know, John didn't do his damn job. And then we're gonna click on it and find the end of the reading again. We're gonna assume that it's about...
Recover her.
Here we go. This is where we want to be. Uh-oh. Just start with the steamy scene. Jesus, Kevin. Why you gotta be like that? Just start with the steamy scene, he says. Hold on, it's going. We're gonna find it. Look at...
Stars beyond stars. Switch me off. That's not like you, BB. Oh, I think it is. How could anyone do that, though, Naomi asked. Halsey couldn't do it alone. She had an army of people willing to do the work for her. What kind of person goes along with a plan of kidnapping children and surgically altering them? What kind of doctor would agree to do all of this to kids?
Okay, remember this
BB
part.
didn't answer for a long while. Yes,
I found it. I know where we're at. I got us. We're safe. We're saved. We're saved. Woo, we're saved. It only took us like 18 minutes to figure it out. Okay, we're on page 407 for anybody that was wondering. All right. This is episode 8. No, this is supposed to be episode 9. Did I put episode 8 on the thing? Because it's supposed to be episode 9. Because John didn't pay fucking attention. There, I have fixed it now. It is now episode 9. Change the name of it. Pow! Look at that. There you go. There you go. Updated. Now it's episode 9. We'll fix it. It'll be fine. It's just there you go. Here you are. You paid to see it. You paid to see Spartan John do it all wrong. Welcome and thanks for joining. How do I change the title in YouTube? I have no idea. I'll figure it out later. Anyway, so for everybody, here's the bookmark because we're way late. Shh. Da, 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 da. Anyway, bookmark. Jesus. Are you guys ready? The thought train departed. No. No, we just had a hard time this morning. Here we go. Mortal Dictata. Here we go. Former Covenant battlecruiser Pious Inquisitor. Position unknown, time unknown. I think we have to assume it just left us, Mistress, Bex said. Shoal squatted on the deck, palms placed flat to feel for vibration. She was sure that Inquisitor had dropped out of slip space. The ship had jumped in and out again very quickly. No distance at all in the scheme of a galaxy, just a short step to the side. But space was an overwhelming void to search for something as small as a warship that couldn't transmit a signal. Inquisitor was a cold, black pebble in the darkness. The chances of any other ship stumbling across her were incalculably remote. Their only chance of survival was to take control of the ship. Nobody was coming to save them. Shoal straightened up and walked across to one of the bulkhead sensor terminals to try it again. She prodded the controls a few times, but no displays appeared. Why? Why would the others be dead? Not necessarily dead, Mistress, but we're nearest to the bridge, so perhaps we should assume we're the only ones with a chance of accessing the controls. There were still search teams in the other parts of the ship trapped between bulkheads by the Huragok. That meant some of them were in sealed compartments when the ship jumped and ripped out the umbilical connector to her Paragon. The only compartment open to space would have been the hangar bay. And the last time they had seen Ved and Lig, they were wearing their helmets. They didn't have much of an air supply, though. Rill's party reached engineering, she said. They might be able to get in and activate something. There could have been equipment left in accessible places. We have no way of knowing. Paragon was another matter. A ship jumping that close to her might have ripped her apart. Anyone in either cargo bay without a suit would probably have been killed anyway. Even if the ship was intact, though, she had no way of tracking them in slip space. So how far had the Huragok moved the ship? Was it picking random locations, or had it taken the ship somewhere specific? All the sensor systems were locked down. Chol had no way of knowing if the ship was actually in orbit around a planet and had been detected for once. The human practice of having viewplates everywhere and a bridge on the outer skin of the warship didn't look foolhardy at all. It might have made their ships more vulnerable, but at least they could look outside. And at least I know we're probably not orbiting St. Helios, waiting for Telcam to reclaim his ship and cut my throat. We'd have been in slip space a lot longer. I'm going to see if I can get into this set of conduits. Bax stood back and looked up the sheer face of a bulkhead, then examined one of the panels in the deck. What's on the deck below us? Chol couldn't access the display from here. She racked her brains trying to visualize the deck plan in cross sections again. It's a machinery space. There have to be some conduits from this deck. Search for those before you break your neck trying to climb to the deckhand openings. We can at least lift a plate and see if there's anything we can use as a tool to force the doors open. Noit trotted up to join them, brandishing a blade. The two males cut and peeled back the deck, covering to expose the metal panels beneath, but they couldn't release the bolts that held them in place. It needed a special tool, or a Huragok. Chol paced around, looking for deck-level openings in short passages that led off of the main compartments, but drew a blank. It was a deckhead, conduits, or nothing. Chol estimated the cubic air capacity of this section where they were trapped and took out her module to calculate how much air would last for 3 pairs of King Kigyar lungs. It would be used up faster if they were exerting themselves. So did they rest or conserve air, which would prolong the agony if they were drifting unnoticed far from the nearest inhabited world, as she believed, or use it up faster by expending physical efforts. Very well, she said. If the compartment is completely sealed, we have 2 days of air left. By then, we'll have a solution. Noit looked up at the deckhead again. Unless those conduits are sealed too, then some air will be filtering in from elsewhere. Joel had never checked to see if there were airlocks in the Hergog Warrens, but they were such a routine part of Covenant ships that she took no special interest in them. There had to be some method of making them airtight, she supposed. There was no point having sections with doors that could be sealed in an emergency if atmosphere could vent or contaminants could seep via these conduits. I'm narrower in my shoulders than you, Noit, Bax said. I'll try. I only have to make it through to the next exit point because there aren't any more doors between here and the bridge. You'll never get up there, Noit said. Bax worked along the panels, digging his claws into the edges to see if he could get some purchase. He managed to get halfway up the bulkhead and then jammed his foot into one of the horizontal moldings. Chol watched him shuffle along to the next vertical panel and pick his way up, kind of like a fly. But there was no way of reaching the conduit at the angle of the deckhead. Bax made a valiant attempt to swing across, but it could not hold his weight, and he fell. It wasn't a long drop, not enough to break any moans, but he rubbed his shoulder ruefully as he scrambled to his feet. A pity I didn't remember to bring a rappel line, he said. But then, I didn't bring grenades either. Chol surveyed the closed doors again. I think we should go back to the brute force approach. The control panel was a plain block of metal with no switches to dismantle or short circuit, but that didn't mean that it wouldn't yield to an assault given enough time. What could a Hergog do and not do? She still didn't know how far this one would go, and he had to be watching them somehow. Either he was darting around in the conduits from section to section, or there were monitoring cameras still operating. She didn't see them. How many power packs did you bring? She asked. Noit patted his belt. 1 spare each, mistress. Very well. Chol stood back and aimed her pistol. Target the panels. Let's see if we can activate the holographic controls. If the Hergog wants to stop us, he'll have to come into the compartment, and then I'll kill the little dung ball. The panel was composite, and only fireproof, not melt-proof. She squeezed the trigger. It took several shots to begin to burn a hole through the surface, and the air was already heavy with the smell of melting composites. If she kept this up for a long time, she might make what air they had unbreathable, or maybe it'll force the Hergog to act. He'll regard that as damage that needs to be repaired. It should at least activate the fire control system if it hasn't disabled those already as well. She fired again, 3 more bursts. What was the creature trying to do? Was he saving the ship by immobilizing it, or was he following orders to sabotage it to the point of destruction to stop it falling into the wrong hands? If she knew for certain, then she could start a fire here, or simply wait for the Hergog to respond. Or burn to death. I just don't know. My turn, Mistress, Bax said. Chol stepped back and let him blast away at the panel. The air was getting thick now, with stench, but it was still breathable. The only ones who can leave the ship are Ved and Lig, if they're still alive, but they've only got spirits and dropships, are no use out here, wherever here is. There was still light to this deck. The Hergog had kept basic services running, so maybe no matter how defective he was, he drew the line at killing other sentient beings, or perhaps he was dependent on the same systems as this section to stay alive. Chol watched his Bax burn through another panel, sending sparks fly everywhere. Then a flickering holographic control panel appeared. Chol reached for it and the doors creaked. After 3 loud cracks, they parted and almost shoulder width and stopped. Have we got anything that will wedge this open, Bax said, in case the Hergog managed to close them again? Nothing strong enough to withstand the closing pressure. Chol motioned him through. But if we're trapped again, we'll be stuck on the bridge, which is much better position. Noit squeezed through the gap, pistol raised, and Chol followed. The long ramp up to the command platform stretched ahead of them. but there were no holo charts or other displays active, just the spectrum of lighting that ran through aqua and deep blue and then to purple. The air felt relatively warm and the gravity was normal. It was too much to hope that the ship's comms might still be working, but Chol tried anyway. She walked up the ramp to the platform and tried voice commands as well as touching hollow panels. Nothing. Inquisitor was deaf, dumb, and blind. Bax, how would you achieve this if you were a Hergog? She asked. What do you mean, mistress? We can't see what's been shut down because he's disabled all the displays. That might mean that something's functioning, but we can't see it. The central computer must still be running if we have life support and power to the doors. She looked up and around her, keeping an eye out for sometimes sinks. There were plenty of shadows and alcoves for him to hide inside. See, Huragok, can you see this? You can't stop us. You don't dare kill us. So what are you going to do? Gamble on us running out of air before we found a way to get the ship running? You'll run out of air, too. Chol didn't expect a response, but she heard a faint noise in the deckhead, like a distant flag flapping in the breeze. The creature was still moving around in the access conduits. Perhaps he'd come to his senses if she spoke to him firmly enough. He was an organic computer, for pity's sake. He couldn't possibly have opinions. Vandals, thieves, his voice boomed over the ship's address system. You will not take this ship. It does not belong to you. It belongs to the Reclaimer. He respects what the Master's made. I do as he asks, because he does no harm, and he means well. He is civilized. Does that thing mean the human? Noid asked. He was standing by the comms console, groping around where the holo panel would normally display. What's a Reclaimer? Does he mean salvage? Suddenly the bridge was plunged into darkness, so black and enveloping that Chol almost lost her balance for a moment. Only the faint light of her suit status indicator provided any orientation at all. In the deafened heart of the ship, not even light from the nearby stars would penetrate. Chol froze, trying to remember where the edge of the command platform was. She could see Noit's suit lights. Bax was out of her line of vision. Restore the lights, Huragog, she called. This won't help. She tried to swallow her anger and growing fear. Perhaps we can discuss this. Tell me your grievances. The bridge was so robbed of light that the smallest glimmer stood out like a beacon. An indicator flared for a moment right next to Noit. He made a rattling noise of warning. I think that's the long-distance comms panel, he said. The Huragok is sending a signal. I think he might be summoning reinforcements. Whether it was Telcam or the human, that was bad news. The humans would have described Chol as a fish in a barrel. Well, she said, brazening it out, reinforcements have to get in. And if they get in, we can get out. We treat this as an involuntary rescue. Prepare yourselves. Chapter 13. I'm old. I've been alone a long time with no brothers to repair me, so I become prone to error. It is harder to complete the tasks I once did with ease. Why must everyone destroy so much? Let me do my work. That's all I want to do. This was said by sometimes Sinks, exiled by the Geralhane crew of his last ship for non-compliance. UNSC Port Stanley, somewhere in the Cobb sector. Phillips was in the galley with Spencer and Devereaux when Mal went to make himself something to eat. The two blokes were talking in Sangheili, which was both stomach-churning and impressive at the same time. Devereaux watched them, looking fascinated. I love it when you talk dirty, Mal said. Spencer chuckled, just comparing dialects. It's funny how many Kigyar words they use, and how many of those the Kigyar picked up from us. Did you teach them any naughty ones? I tried, but a lot of Kigyar can't form the proper F. It comes out as a WH or TH sound. Depending on their jaw anatomy, it varies. Well, wuck me, Mal said. Have we got a new swear word? That's a relief. We were wearing out the old ones. Nisham just doesn't do it for me anymore. He opened the fridge, a massive steel-doored walk-in store with enough supplies to keep a crew of spooks and support staff victualled, 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 for a few months without the need for resupply. It was hard to run covert surveillance in a UNSC fleet auxiliary showing up if a UNSC fleet auxiliary showed up every few weeks with groceries. He rummaged in the racks for an all-day fried breakfast pack and found one, plastered with UNSC warnings and disclaimers about salt, lack of fiber, and lack of key vitamins, signed by a surgeon admiral. Mal raised a finger to the label and dogged the door shut before shoving the pack in the heater and setting it to express. My stomach hasn't a clue what time it is, he said, stung by the glances. The timer chirped. He took out a container of sausages, egg, bacon, beans, and mushrooms that glistened invitingly as he peeled back the seal and settled down to tuck it in. But it's my lunchtime on this watch anyway. You look a lot better, Spencer said, indicating his nose. A lot better than Gareth's arm, probably. Who's got Staffan's radio? Mal tapped his pocket. Me and Naomi still chatting with him. Did I miss anything, BB? No, BB didn't materialize. He just spoke from the heavens. He didn't sound quite so chipper today. Adge and Leeks want to play with Spencer's comms equipment, but I think that's asking for trouble. They're great little guys. Spencer stared at an unlit cigarette on the table in front of him, like it was an endurance test. Wouldn't let me smoke in the hangar, though. Offered to construct a sealed booth with a filter. Cut the distraction bullshit, Devereaux said. I want to know how Naomi's doing. BB appeared in person this time and settled on one end of the table. Mal moved up to make room for him. Not good, BB said. Not good because of him or because she's remembering? Devereaux asked. A bit of both, really. Bad idea to jog her memory. Mal scooped up a forkful of mushrooms. Even if that's what she wanted. So is she really thinking about leaving? Can't see Oni accepting that. Doesn't matter what the regs say. She's a few billion credits worth of investment and a lot of patents walking around. Besides, how would she fit back into normal life? She'd get a job anywhere with private security, Spencer said. Even without all the hardware, she'd have to leave behind. What would you pay to get a Spartan? But what would she spend on it, Phillips asked. Devereaux reached across and took one of Mal's sausages. You think a nightmarish childhood, a few decades of back-to-back missions, and having all normal drives channeled into becoming the ultimate killing machine is going to make a good civilian of her, Mal? I know plenty of blokes and blokesses who won't know what to do with their hands now that the war's over either. He batted her hand away and reached for a piece of bacon. But yeah, she's institutionalized. It wasn't the kind of word he usually used because it smacked of dishonesty, the kind of shit that Halsey would come out with to avoid saying more accurate things like utterly buggered up beyond all recognition. People recovered from all kinds of things, but most of Naomi's youth was gone. Mel decided that would have made him pretty angry if he'd been her. Not that she didn't realize she'd been robbed. It was just that having it rammed down her throat by a heartbroken father meant she couldn't ignore it. Mal was finishing the sausages when Staffan's radio made a squelching sound. He thought he'd sat on it accidentally, powered it up, but it was making noises of its own accord. He fished it out and put it on the table. Incoming signal, Spencer said. I thought Edvin would have been pinging it like crazy. He must have worked out Staffan's just lying low by now. Or not just lying low by now. You sure that this isn't the transmitting a location? Definitely not. The Jelly Boys checked it. So did BB. Mal put his finger on his lips. Let's see. He pressed the receiver key. He expected to hear Edvin's voice, worried about his missing father, or threatening Earth with an Armageddon if they didn't let him go. But instead, it was a weird little nerdy voice that he recognized. There was no preamble. The ship has been boarded. I have immobilized it in a secure location and trapped the intruders. What must I do now? It was Sinks, the loony Huragok. Mal sucked in his breath. Did he risk talking to him? Had Staffan told him that Mal was persona non grata now? Hello, Mal said. Remember me, Sinks? I'm Mal. I came to the ship with Staffan. I must speak with the Reclaimer. He hasn't called. That was what the Forerunners called humans. The Huragok and Onyx had confirmed that. It was time for Mal to make the most of it. I'm a Reclaimer too, he said. I don't like you. You're not the Reclaimer who respects the work of the Masters. I need to hear his voice. Mal had never heard a Huragok get lippy before. Where are you? In the ship. That should be obvious. Yes, but where's the ship? The Reclaimer knows. Let me hear him. I've sent someone to get him. He'll be a couple of minutes. Who are the intruders? The Kigyar. Cholvon? Yes. Sinks was being cagey. Huragok were never good at volunteering information, though. They're damaging the ship. I must speak with the Reclaimer. BB loomed in front of him, projecting a yellow holographic note with big letters on it. I can get the originating position. Mal grabbed a pen from Phillips's shirt pocket and scribbled on the table. No piggyback the signal, you'll panic him again. BB changed the note. Promise just looking. Okay, Sinks. We're getting the Reclaimer. We're fetching Staffan. He gestured to BB to get him. Give us a few minutes. BB's avatar stayed put, but dimmed and did a flip on its vertical axis every few seconds. He seemed to find the gesture hilarious for some reason. Then the cube reverted to a full luminosity again. On his way, BB said. Then flashed a note. Got it, got the location. It was a big relief. They didn't have to bargain with Staffan now, provided Sinks didn't get spooked and moved the ship again. But that made Staffan suddenly surplus to requirements, and Mal knew what Oni did with liabilities it didn't need. Sinks wasn't daft, though. Anything that could keep BB out when he wanted to get in was a force to be reckoned with. Mal heard a little bleeding noise. In a human, he'd have taken it as contempt. You don't have the Reclaimer, Sinks said. Yes, we do. How long did it take to get him out of the wardroom, for Christ's sakes? Was he resisting? Hang on, Sinks. Enough, I don't trust you. Now I must see him in person before I accept new orders. The line went dead and BB sighed. Oh dear. He must watch a lot of cop movies. Just as well I had the foresight to nip in and grab the signal data, isn't it? No need to thank me. Mal wasn't sure if that was a win or not. It definitely wasn't one where Staffan was concerned. He got up to go and find Osmond, but Staffan and Naomi arrived and stood blocking the doorway. Sinks rang off, Mal said. Staffan looked tired and a bit red-eyed, reminiscing about old times. Must have been pretty painful. He wants to see you in person before he does anything. He's got Kigyar penned up in the ship, and they sound like they're doing a bit of damage trying to take it back. He makes a pretty good bagman, that Sinks. Staffan nodded approvingly. He still didn't seem to be in any hurry, though. But if he wants to see me, you'll have to find out where the ship is, and we had a deal. Mal looked at Naomi, and she didn't blink. Still working that out, Mal asked. Yes. Well, we know where the ship is now, so I'm not sure where that leaves your deal. Staffan just looked a little more weary. I was going through with this in good faith, just in case you bastards had changed in the last 35 years, but you're still all lying shits, aren't you? I think the Admiral meant it, Mal said. But what do you expect her to do now that she's got the coordinates? Shove me out the airlock, probably, thereby making sure another generation carries on the war. But Sinks won't let you have the ship without seeing me, so maybe you'd better think about that. He put his hand on Naomi's shoulder. Take me back to the wardroom, sweetheart, or the cell. Just spend a little more time with me. He turned around and walked off. Naomi gave Mal a wait gesture and shot off after the father. Better get to the bridge for briefing, BB said. I woke the Admiral. By the time she's finished brushing her teeth, I bet she'll have a plan. Mal didn't feel like finishing his breakfast anyway. He caught up with Vaz in his cabin. He was having a shave, looking slightly more pissed off than normal. His face seemed a lot better, and the swelling had receded to slightly puffy and yellowing bruises, but he was feeling his way around his jaws if it still hurt. "So we don't need to keep our word," he said, not looking away from the mirror. "We have what we want. We cut our way in if need be, and then what?" "That's down to Oni, mate." Vaz gave him a long, baleful look. "It's not some committee we've never met. Osmond and Paragoski or Oni. They make the policies. This will be unpleasant." He pulled off his shirt and headed down the corridor with Mal. He pulled on his shirt, and headed down the corridor with Mal behind him. If Staffen had just been a routine criminal, then it would have been tough, but he wasn't. He was a victim. Mal couldn't square it with himself at all. Osmond was waiting on the bridge when they assembled, gulping down a coffee, while she stood at a chart table examining the 3D schematics of the CCS battlecruiser. There was no sign of Staffen. Naomi slipped into the bridge a little later than everyone else, and the reality hit Mal. She had to go and lock down her own father in a cell. Even if there was no intense emotional relationship on her side, then it must have been pretty painful to have to do that. It couldn't have been a bundle of laughs for her dad either. Yeah, I know I'm feeling sorry for a terrorist, but as far as I know, he hasn't bombed anyone yet. And if he does, maybe it's our bloody fault for making him that way. Well, people, let's assume Inquisitor still looks like this, Osmond said. She was back to her detached calm, even if it was making her squirm. She probably had a much better idea of what Naomi was thinking, too. Provided the Huragok hasn't moved the ship again, would jump in 15 minutes and stand off to observe what's happening, in case the Kigyur are there in numbers and decide to act. I'm not worried about them making any dents in us, but I don't want them doing anything that panics the Huragok. Judging by what we've seen, he's not usually a happy little chap who likes to serve. He's cranky, and he only takes orders from Staffen. He's just taken his original programming to the nth degree, Phillips said. He wasn't supposed to take care of Forerunner equipment. He's gone a bit bonkers for some reason, and interpreted that as having to defend his ship now as well. And he likes Staffen. He's Horatius holding the bridge. The Kigyar glassed a Forerunner sight, remember, Vaz said. It freaked Sinks out, so Staffen humored him and tested the next firing on open ground. It really seemed to make an impression on the little guy. He's like a one-man dog. Osmond rotated the schematic and enlarged it with the gesture. So we still need Staffen and his cooperation to deal with him. Mal took heart at that. There was still a deal to be done then. We don't know how far Sinks will go, or what his orders are from anyone. He might self-destruct the ship. It makes sense to play nice and negotiate. Once we winkle the Kigyar out of there, Osmond said. Do you know how many there are? No, that's another thing we'll have to ask Sinks. Nicely. Okay, feel free to stop me at any time if anyone has a better idea. We need to get BB into the system to take control of the ship. We know he won't get in on the comm signal because Sinks is wise to that. So we have to get access to breach the hull and physically place a fragment into a terminal or wherever else we can find. Might I suggest BB said that I download all the ship's data the moment I get in, just in case it all goes wrong. At least we'll get whatever intel is still in the ship's computer. That's a great idea, Osmond nodded. Let's make data acquisition and asset denial the minimum objective. And if we get to seize the ship and take her home, it's all the better. So once BB has control, we can either isolate the Kigyar still on board and clear each compartment the hard way, or just keep them locked down and vent each section. Kigyar prisoners are no use to us. Besides, I don't want any survivors going home to Ain and making this an official feud with humans. Or Telcam getting to hear about it. Mevit, Phillips said. They put a bounty on us individually. Mal and Vaz will have two, then. But it could have wider implications for rubbing along with the Kigyar generally. Still no prisoners. Osmond dipped her finger into the aft shuttle bay on each side, port, and then starboard. If we cut our way in here, we might get overtaken by an automated hull sealing system. The Huragok is probably going to detect it, so there's no telling how he'll react. We'll need to blow the hatch or two. Naomi was still studying the schematic. Maybe she was letting work take her mind off of personal things, because she seemed her usual self, all business. I'd still prefer we hit 2 points simultaneously, even if the Kig-Yar are locked in compartments. If Sinks is going to react, he's going to have to pick one point of entry to respond, or the other. He can't cover both. If we've hit the ship, ma'am, then it'll probably kill the Huragok too, BB said. And he's probably chock full of lovely data as well. Osmond shrugged. Mal thought he knew when she was putting on her bastard face, and when she really was in full unfeeling Oni mode. But right then, he couldn't tell. Normally I'd grab a Huragok we could get our hands on, she said. But we have no idea what's wrong with this one. If Adge and Leaks try to fix him, we don't know what problems they might infect them with. I can't risk compromising those two. We have to terminate Sinks. I'm sorry. Osmond expanded the schematic and zoomed in again. BB, can he block you? How evenly matched are you? I can't alter hardware. Meaning, BB shrunk himself to a tiny cube and wove through a glowing lines of the ship, his blueprint image. Once I'm in, I doubt he's anywhere near fast enough to stop me. I can lock him out of every computer network. But if he works out what we're planning, then he might alter the hardware to stop me from getting in. We'll have to be quick then, won't we? Spencer watched the show with his arms folded. Is there any role I can play in this? Mal still didn't know what the agent was privy to, but he hadn't heard any detail that related to Telcam because I'm not sure what use I am. Sit this one out, Mike, Osmond said. It's an old-style boarding. Man the comms with Phillips. When we're done, we'll drop you off at Ivanov or Anchor 10. Mal still didn't know where Inquisitor was hiding. Where exactly are we heading? BB switched the display to a chart, and it started to make sense. Mal had started to get very familiar with the particular star chart. Right back to Venezia, BB said. Or at least pretty close. But you only need a few 100,000 kilometers to hide a ship. If you don't know where to direct your scans, or there's no detectable EM to look for. Osmond checked her watch. There was no discussion about Staffen, or the deal at all. Maybe Osmond had made up her mind, or hadn't a clue how she'd handle it yet. Mal still couldn't tell. He was the ranking NCO here, so it was up to him to ask. What about Staffen, ma'am? He asked. All bets off? And are we going to send him over to Ivanov or something? Osmond raised her eyes from the watch very slowly. He still has help to give us. So if I can reach a point where we all get what we want out of this while removing an immediate threat to Earth, I'll do it. But I wouldn't want him cooped up in the same facility as Catherine Halsey. Mal didn't know if that meant she would ship him back to Bravo 6 or shoot him. How did you decide if a man with a grudge on a scale would keep his word? And what the hell was Naomi going to do about it? Okay, Osmond looked like she was checking if they'd be home in time for tea. Spool us up, BB, and jump when ready. UNSC Port Stanley, prior to jump to Venezia sector. Staffen knew he'd grasped at a flimsy straw when he tried to do a deal with Osmond, but that was all he had left. He shouldn't have been surprised that it had sunk so fast. Would he have believed Osmond if she'd promised him that the UNSC would never attack Venezia? He could hardly expect her to take his word for Venezia's good behavior either. He could only speak for himself. He could exert a steadying hand on Peter Moritz, but it would be a fragile, uncertain ceasefire in a society that had its own reasons to hate Earth without any urging from him. And if there was anything the UNSC wanted right now, it was certainty. He sat in the cell with his feet up on a bunk, back against the bulkhead, and comforted himself with the fact that he'd found his daughter and had some precious time with her, even if he struggled to find any common ground. He kept his promise to Remo as well. Even if he hadn't been able to tell Artie that his father had never stopped believing he might still be alive, Staffan's main regret was leaving his family with exactly the situation he'd found himself in on Sansar 35 years ago. An unexplained disappearance with only decades of destructive pain and obsessive searching ahead. But I found her and I was right. Now at least we both know the truth. Staffan shut his eyes. If he'd had Osmond as a prisoner, would he have taken her word for it and let her go? Or kept her as a source of intel and maybe a bargaining chip? What bargain? You can't bargain with this thing, this Oni. Now I know what it is. I can't see there's no truth possible ever. The best you'll ever get is a prisoner exchange. Naomi and my family, that's all that matters. There was a rap on the door. It was so timid that he'd expected it to be the linguist Phillips. But when the door opened, it was Naomi. She closed the door behind her and sat down on the far end of the bunk bed. I didn't intend to put this all on you, sweetheart, he said. I just wanted you back for a while, if nothing else. It's not your fault. You didn't ask for this. I'd give anything to find the bastard responsible for this and strangle him slowly. There's quite a waiting list for that. The bigger the criminal you are, the less chance you get punished when you're caught. You sound like Vazia sometimes. Nice boy, honest. He seems very fond of you. Not in that way, Dad. They took that away from you, too? You can't even fall in love? Oh, I can love people. It's just that I don't have the drive to have kids and make a proper family life for myself. I don't think a man could ever cope with that. Think of someone designed to be completely workaholic. Not much different from the Huragok, in fact. Remember that you don't owe Earth anything, Naomi. They've had their use out of you. They took your entire life, your childhood, your youth, and your future. Staffan wondered if that had been one truth too many. He regretted reminding her of what she obviously already knew. You have some genuine friends, though. That's a precious thing, and they're worth it. I don't think I ever did it for Earth, Dad. I think I did it because Halsey made us feel that if we didn't fight, humankind would tear itself apart. Guilt. We were so smart and strong that we owed the species our service. I think I did it for my comrades. And by the time I'd been in the program a year or two, I had no idea that I could ever be anything else. But it was never because I believed in an idea. Not past the age of 10, anyway. Staffan noted the name Halsey. Naomi shrugged. Yes, she's the one behind all of this. I tried not to mention her because people get pretty heated about it, especially Vaz and Bibi. Actually, the entire crew. Vazia wants to see her strung up for war crimes. I knew I liked that Russian for a reason. Dad, the more I tell you, the more dangerous it is for you. They're going to shoot me or stick me in solitary for the rest of my life anyway. It's already over. I just want you to promise that you'll get a message to your brother. Dad, please don't. You don't have to bother. You have a brother and a sister. You know you do. Just get words to them. Anonymous or however a smart girl like you does this stuff. That their dad didn't desert the family. Don't let them go through what your mother and I did, please. The adult Naomi was mostly a stranger, who looked and sounded familiar. Staffan loved her anyway. She stared at him with a blank expression that was just her, probably the mask she'd learned to put on in that awful place on Reach, and now couldn't take it off, not for a moment. For a moment, though, he thought it flickered. I don't know how much time we have, she said. I could be called away from here in any second, and I might never see you again. Are you going to leave the Navy? Are you going to spend any time getting to know your family at all? I'm curious to know what I missed and never had, but I'm probably too... Look, this is my family. My comrades, you know how it is for soldiers. They form very strong bonds under fire. Well, Spartans were even more like that. I don't know if I could ever fit in with a civilian family. She put her hand on his arm, hesitant and uncertain, as if she knew family were supposed to touch, but hadn't learned how to do it yet. Like a rifle drill that still wasn't quite second nature. And I'm worried about what's happening in my head. I'm starting to feel like a victim for the first time I can remember. That's a bad combination. I'm stuck with the physical changes. I don't think I can adapt how I feel, and I don't know how negative that's going to make me. You would have stayed happy if I hadn't done this. But we crashed into you, Dad. And I don't think it was a matter of being happy. But I did feel there was a point to it. And now I have to reconsider what that is, and I'll deal with it. The ship shivered. It was an elevator kind of feeling in the stomach. Port Stanley had jumped into slip space. How long have we got? I'll stay here until I'm called. I love you, sweetheart. There wasn't a day that went by when I didn't wonder where you might be and what you were doing. I know, Naomi nodded and took a long, nervous breath that seemed to think that she seemed to think he wouldn't notice. Halsey told me that you weren't coming to save me because you knew I had become a Spartan. But I worked out pretty soon that you would never have abandoned me. You just couldn't find me, that was all. And then I was made to forget everything until now. Now I recall some of it. Staffen wished she hadn't said that. He tried to imagine her waiting for her daddy to come, believing he'd let them take her. It was unbearable. It ripped out his heart. If he ever found himself within the arm's length of that woman, Halsey, he'd like to kill her. Not in the way that most people use the term, angrily yelling and insults, literally. He would take her life with his bare hands. Kidnapping Naomi had been one crime, but telling her that her father knew and did nothing was off of the scale. If evil had any definition, that was it, as far as he was concerned. I was going to build you a dollhouse for your birthday, he said, trying not to let the anger choke him and ruin what little time he had left with her, like the one you wanted. Oh, I remember the one in the toy store window, Naomi managed to smile. It was huge, like a separate world you could step into. I just made one for Kirsten. All the little pieces of furniture, too. Pennants, I suppose. I bought you something else for your birthday instead. A planetarium lamp. You know, the kind I mean. It projects star maps on the ceiling. I got you the version with Sansar's night sky. I've still got it. I think I would have loved it. She pushed her hair back from her face with her palm facing out. The one gesture that reminded him of Lena, his wife, had that mannerism as well. The little girl, the clone. It must have been terrible for Mom because she was sure she wasn't me. But how did you take it? I loved her as my own because I needed to, Staffen said. And she deserved to be loved by somebody. She thought she was you. I gave her the best life I could. He couldn't tell what effect that had on Naomi. And he probably never would. She squeezed his hand. Another mechanical gesture. She looked like she was trying hard to learn. You're a good man, Dad. I've known enough good men to be able to tell. I know how much I loved you back then, too. And I know I love you now, however different the program has made me. You came for me. I knew you would. And that's all I need. They carried on talking, but that was the real end of the conversation. Her goodbye. What followed was just sound. Staffen felt like he was drowning, sinking below the water and trying to reach up to grab her hand. But there was nothing he could do to get back, and it felt like losing her for a third time. If he'd had control of the battlecruiser in that moment, he would have had no hesitation in targeting this Halsey, and all of the unfeeling machine of state expedients that supported her, erasing the cancer in a flood of white-hot molten glass. His only regret would have been that it was too quick, and it might have taken others like him with it. He tried to drink in and absorb all that he could of Naomi's face and voice, so he would have something to draw in on if he had the years left to him. And then he thought of Edvin and Hedda and Kirsten and poor Laura trying to cope with the crater left in their lives. He wanted them to forget him and move on, living in hope that he'd done was a life sentence. You're a Spartan too, Osmond. You thought you might not have had all the surgical alterations, and you might have more of a life, but you've been through the same as Naomi. Kidnapped, taken from parents who loved you. How can you do this? You're Admiral, he said. Vaz says she's going to be the head of naval intelligence one day. I should say Vaz shouldn't tell you all that, but it'll probably be reported on Waypoint News eventually. Tell her she should know better, and to do things differently this time. The blue blocks of light faded in through the cell door and made him start. He wasn't sure he'd ever get used to having an AI around constantly like that. Is our time up, he asked. I wouldn't put it that way, sir, BB said. Naomi gave him a slightly puzzled look. But we need Naomi on the bridge to plan a mission. She'll come back later. So you're going to storm the ship, Naomi? Staffen asked. It's what I do, Dad. You can see my armor. BB drifted over to Staffen, as if he was sliding up to him. If you could talk to Sinks, we might need to fix the Kigyar. He could help. He's obviously loyal to you and no one else. Staffen could smell a maneuver. Talk the Huragok into letting us on board, and your daughter won't have to risk her life. BB was right. The Kigyar would probably fight, and the last thing Staffen wanted was for Naomi to be hurt because he wouldn't help. It was an elegant blackmail. If he ever got out of here, he'd make them pay for it. I'll ask him to tell me how many there are on board and where he's trapped them, Staffen said. But I'll still have a price. I'm going back to my family one way or another. BB slipped away. Naomi got up and opened the door. I promise I'll come back, she said. Staffen watched her go and concentrated on remembering the final glimpse of her in case it was the very last. He wasn't sure if she'd made her choice, but it sounded as if her answer was no. If she'd said yes, he couldn't imagine Oni letting an asset like that leave, as long as she was useful to them, whatever Osmond said. Have I given up? That's not like me. Look what I've done with my life. Lena wouldn't know me if she saw me today. Okay, I've come this far. I'm not going to roll over and take it now. He'd think of something. They needed him. He'd get his chance. He waited, but Naomi didn't come back. Then he felt the ship drop out of slipspace. If the battlecruiser was still here, he'd find out pretty soon. The door swung open and Mal stuck his head inside. He was in full armor now, helmet clipped to his belt. It wasn't locked, he said. You want to come and see this? Mal didn't seem at all hostile considering what had happened to him. He was actually quite sociable, like the rest of the crew. Maybe it was out of respect for Naomi. Staffen followed him to the bridge, and the only thing that he saw for a few long seconds was Naomi standing there in blue armor and anonymized by her helmet. Just like the propaganda images, it felt like she'd been snatched away from him yet again. It took all of his concentration to shift his focus to the view screen and not stare at her, trying to see his child in the dehumanized shape. Goodbye, sweetheart. He cleared his mind as best as he could and thought like Andy Remo had taught him, looking for the opportunity and ignoring all the rules. The curved hull of the warship was hard to pick out until Port Stanley moved, and he could see the side dimly lit by Cobb, nearly 1 billion kilometers away. Where did they cut their way in, he asked. His chest felt hollow, as if his heart would never beat again. Looks intact to me. Maybe the Huragok repaired it already. Mal held out Staffen's radio to him. Call Sinks, tell him we need to come aboard to get rid of the Kigyar. It was the first time Staffen had access to comms since he'd been captured. He thought briefly about sending a message home, but it would end up being short, incomplete, and the last that he had ever sent. So he bided his time. He took the radio and chose his words carefully. Osmond was standing at the view screen with data projected into the glass, making the whole thing look like a helmet's heads-up display. We're not detecting any other ships, she said, so the missionary vessel didn't come for them. Not yet, anyway. Can anyone detect you? No. Staffen keyed the ship code. Sinks, this is Staffen. I'm in the ship, at your position. I can see you. Took a little while for Sinks to respond. You took a long time to respond, Reclaimer Staffen. I'm sorry about that. We got here as fast as we could. Tell me about the Kigyar. How many are there? We'll come on board and remove them. I detect 16 alive. Where are they? 3 on the bridge, 8 in engineering section, and gravity compartments. 5 forward of the bridge. I've jammed their comms and switched off the lighting to stop them from doing more damage. We need to board Sinks. I need to see you to confirm you're the Reclaimer. Enter the shuttle bay alone. Let me confirm. Staffen looked at Osmond and she nodded. Okay, he said, but I need to bring a pilot, because I'm not good at flying ships. Is the bay clear? There are still 2 spirits berthed. The Kigyar in the bay didn't survive. I await you. Staffen switched off the radio, but didn't hand it back. Who's going to take me over there, then? He nodded at Vaz. His compromise between someone he almost trusted and a life he was more prepared to lose than his daughters. Sinks knows Vaz, or at least he's seen them. And he told me he doesn't like me, Mal said. No point pissing him off, or we'll end up chasing the ship all over the galaxy. Fine, go on tinkering. Go on thinking that. Staffen had only given Sinks one alternative set of coordinates, and he seemed to be sticking religiously to his orders. But it was clear that the Hergok wasn't behaving normally. Staffen couldn't be sure exactly what he'd do if he was pushed. And Vaz shrugged. If you trust my piloting skills, I'll do it. BB had better help out, though. All you need to do is get me on board and give me access to the computer, BB said. You might have to physically insert a chip to get me into the system, though. So be prepared for anything. There's no telling what Sinks has locked down until we get in there. We'll stand by to board from the other position if you run into problems. Naomi moved confidently toward the door, all assured movement and precision. And Devro and Mal followed her. What are we doing about the Kigyar if they surrender? In the interest of diplomacy, give them a spirit and tell them to get lost, Osmond said. They're hardly likely to call Telcam and tell him who took his ship, are they? But we really can't take prisoners right now. Staffen couldn't tell if that was ambiguous of an order to shoot them anyway. Would his daughter really do that? Mal turned at the doors. We'll hope they fire, so we can try and slot as many as we can then, ma'am. Staffen caught another glimpse of Naomi as she disappeared ahead of him. Before he lost sight of her, she turned and gave him a thumbs up, but then Vaz caught his arm, and he wondered if the gesture was aimed at the Russian. Don't worry about Naomi. Pity the Kigyar who get in her way, Vaz said quietly. He had a strong accent that was oddly endearing. His hold on Staffen's arm felt more like he was steering his granddad than marching a prisoner. And stick close to me, I'll see that you're all right. I can take care of myself, Staffen said, especially if I have a weapon. Vaz stood back and ushered him down the ladder to the deck below. I give you my word, I won't put you at risk. Staffen teetered on the edge of every moment being his last. The last time he saw Naomi, the last chance he had to escape, the last chance for everything. He seized every second. He turned and gripped Vaz's arm. Promise me something. What? Look after Naomi. You know I'm never going to be allowed to be with her. But take care of her, and I swear I'll cease my activities. You understand? I'll be out of the insurgency game as long as she's okay. Vaz blinked a couple of times. He put his hand on top of Staffen's, a heavy military-issue glove. I'd take care of her anyway, he said, but you have my word. Do I have yours? You do, Vaz. We have a deal, then. Staffen trusted his gut, which had never let him down, and decided Vaz was a man that he could trust with his life. Right now, he had to. UNSC Bogoff, approaching Pious Inquisitor. You wouldn't let me crash, will you, BB? Vaz said. I've never done a hangar landing. Of course not, BB had already aligned Bogoff for the approach without a higher centers even getting involved. Like a human's unconscious ability to stand up and walk, because Dev would never let you forget it. Can Stefan hear me? You know when you're using secure audio, Vaz, check your HUD. I don't trust it. But you have to trust me, I'm a doctor. Like I trust them. BB was entirely reliant on Bogoff's sensors to detect the hull of Pious Inquisitor, and to feel his way around electronically. He could see the aft port bay still closed, with no sign yet of having been cut open. But there was no link in exchange between himself and the ship's computer to coordinate docking, to knock on the door, to be recognized and welcomed in, and then shown the comfy chair reserved for guests. BB said a very restrained request to be allowed to communicate with the nav computer, rather than trying to sneak in this time. He knew he was on the right data frequency, but it meant a dead end that felt like running into a padded wall. Sinks had probably detected the virtual thud. There was no point blocking threats if you couldn't tell when you'd been attacked. It kept you safe, but you couldn't learn anything from that, and the Huragok were as ravenous about acquiring information as he was. Sinks would have eyes in his ass, as Spencer was fond of saying. I suppose we're lucky that Adge only gets stroppy over decorating cakes. He could have asked Staffen to make radio contact and try piggybacking on the signal again, but that was asking for trouble. What exactly was wrong with this Huragok? Was he actually defective at all, or did he happen to have a different personality and different programming? BB felt he knew more about them than anyone else in the UNSC, including Halsey, and he understood the Forerunners and their design objectives, as she should have done. They were self-directing engineers whose purpose was to maintain and adapt a wide range of most advanced technology in the galaxy. Some sort of organic. What did they need in order to do that? How would I design a Huragok from scratch? What have we missed here? BB scoped the specifications while he waited an eternity for Sinks to react to the gunship at the back door. Huragok had to be dexterous and physically strong. Craftsmen, mechanics, technicians. They had to be capable of understanding every field of technology, from particle physics and material science to software. They had to have biological expertise, medical skill, effectively to deal with organic structure. But to use all of that in the ship, in far-flung places, they would find themselves operating without supervision. They needed behaviors to learn and make decisions independently, share information, protect and self-maintain, replicate. In human terms, they would need to think, form opinions, fear danger, plan, socialize, cooperate, communicate, teach, take care of each other, and have children. And they needed to love their work with unswerving obsession. Or anything else, or any creature that intelligent, capable, and communally organized would find lots of other things in this universe. Much more worthy of spending time on than sweating away for someone else. They might even get angry, resentful, or impatient with their masters. They had the gifts of the gods, but a god in perpetual servitude needs breaks on his powers, or else he might take vengeance on his lesser masters. Like Naomi, like Spartans. Who'd want them turning on the UNSC? Halsey had to make them obsessed with their duty, or risk creating a tiger that'd rip her own head off. And she says she didn't brainwash them. Come off it, lady. Lucky the Covenant came along, though, or I bet they'd have become pretty disenchanted with the colonial wars. You can't keep someone brainwashed forever. They need topping up, reinforcing, kept away from the dangerous ideas that make them reassess what they've been told. God, what's keeping him, BB snapped. Staffen, can you ping him, please? Maybe he's got his hands full, Staffen said. He's not like you, is he? He can't be everywhere at once. Staffen was obviously a fast learner. He had those Spartan genes, didn't he? It was obvious now. He would have been a good Spartan candidate himself. Well, nobody's going anywhere, I suppose, BB said. Vaz leaned forward and blipped the nav lights. No harm trying. I'd honk the horn if we had one. Both men were getting tense. BB could detect their hearts racing. In space, nobody can hear you honk. It almost got a laugh out of Vaz. More of a half cough than anything. They waited. If they thought this was frustrating, though, they should have been tried being on BB's clock. So, Huragok have some kind of safeguard built into them then. But there's got to be something else in there. BB carried on, unpacking the Huragok's design brief. They couldn't be allowed to stand back and watch disaster or damage happen to themselves or in the objects they looked after. They'd have to be capable of action like damage control, self-defense, or even preemptive action. That was where decision-making got messy and ambiguous, not easily tackled by the processes that ran dumb AI. BB could see the fragile line between repairing a breached hull and, in an emergency, and lashing out to stop your ship or your comrades from being harmed. But defining the fail-safe limit, where a strong, smart Huragok couldn't use force or preemptive action, was as good as impossible. They needed to develop judgment, moral judgment. Damn, I was wrong. They're not amoral, they're anything but. Why wouldn't they be? Life creates moral awareness. BB savored the decision, shock of discovery. Or BB savored the delicious shock of discovery and the fresh light thrown on everything he knew. Everyone thought that the Huragok had no sense of right and wrong, just obedience to whatever boss came along, but perhaps they just didn't see much difference between one empire building, war-fighting species, and the next until they were forced into a corner. Usually when Forerunner technology was threatened. That was it. They tried to work out right and wrong, just like humans, or maybe with better results. But no god or gods had handed the Huragok a rulebook and told them how to do it. They'd become moral beings simply through life learning. Because without some restraint and altruism, everything descended into terminal chaos. Something had made Sinks go that little bit further, and now he was defending this ship by any means he could. Short of us killing the boarding party by asphyxiation, he'd done it because a human he'd taken a shine to had asked him to do it. That's how I operate too. That's how a human brain is built. I keep coming back on this. Either we're all programmed machines, or none of us are. I'm driven to acquire knowledge, and the Huragok are driven to fix things, and Spartans are driven to fight. BB thought that humanity had come to a sorry state when Naomi had a more sterile existence than a Huragok. At least they had a social life. Bastard, he said. But he had no idea who he meant. Problem. Vaz was looking at the Pelican controls, probably trying to work out why he made BB swear. Can Sinks even see us, BB? Stealth spatially disengaged. He can see our transponder if he's looking. Not thermal profiles. I hate giving jumpy gunmen a target. Maybe he thinks we're Kigyar. Just tell me he hasn't got control of the laser cannon. Of course he has. BB found it interesting that Vaz had moved on instantly from surprise that a Huragok would be uppity to accepting that it would do much the same as he would in the same circumstance. His thinking wasn't constrained by classification. Anthropomorphism. Not such a dirty word after all, is it? Accurate observation, more like. BB wasn't sure why he'd thought that either. He almost felt he was chiding himself. As if he'd had that argument once with someone, but he couldn't recall it. Maybe the memory had been damaged when he was fragmented or zapped. He has complete control of the ship. He was choosing not to react aggressively. BB knew he had a lot in common with a Huragok, but he was glad that they couldn't prowl unseen in the world of energy frequencies like him. He envied them with their tentacles and their cilia, though. Hands. He was still certain that he had no Pinocchio-like dream of aping humanity. A-P-I-N-G, aping. But a pair of hands would have come in handy. Has he lost the plot, BB? Vaz asked. Well, even an AI goes bonkers in the end, BB said. Why not a Huragok? Staffen fidgeted in his suit. BB could tell he wasn't supposed to be wearing one and had underestimated the small, maddening inconveniences, like not being able to scratch where you need to. See who wants skin. Itchy, horrible stuff. Staffen held his radio where Vaz could see the controls, as if he was saying that he's being a good boy and not calling the Venetian cavalry for help. Sinks, this is Staffen, he said. When you're ready, open the bay doors. I've got Vaz with me. The comms channel came to life. I was busy with repairs. The Kigar had been using their weapons to open doors. A sliver of light appeared in the Inquisitor's port side. It widened gradually into a recognizable open. BB nudged Bogoff ahead without consulting Vaz. Tell him I'd really like to communicate with the nav computer, please. BB had always thought of Huragok as literal, but now he knew that it didn't mean gullible, simply very precise, as benefited and as befitting of an engineer. Ambiguity and nuance were no use when you had to build things that worked. He waited for Sinks to make the mistake of allowing an inbound connection. I've never docked in a CCS-class ship before. Staffen began to smile, but didn't follow through. Sinks, can you let our nav computer talk to yours, please? That's a risk. You haven't called on schedule for more than a day. You said that would mean you might be in enemy hands or dead. I know, buddy. Staffen didn't say that it was all fine and Vaz was a friend. He just waited, tapping his fingers on his knee. BB didn't expect him to make it easy. It would have been very easy to mimic Staffen's voice and try to fool Sinks, but he had a feeling that this wouldn't work. This might be another attempt to breach the system, so I've blocked inbound data channels, Sinks said. I'll transmit instructions, and your computer will have to follow them. Vaz inhaled slowly. Well, computer, let's see how good you are at parking. Predictably awesome, BB said. Tell him I'll do it by eye. Are you talking to BB? Staffen asked. I can see your head moving. Vaz switched back to the open channel. Yes, it's safer that way. Who is BB? Sinks asked. What is safer? Birthing by sight. We can do it manually, thanks. Vaz went back to the privacy setting. I don't lie well, do I? Nearly 600 years of manned spaceflight, and it's still the little things that screw you. BB got a fix on the bay doors using the hull cams and edged Bogoff forward until he could see she'd cleared the doors on all sides. Now he had to set her down on a proper deck. Two spirits hung in apparent midair, supported by the gravity anchors. But the Pelican needed a solid surface. It meant maneuvering under the spirits using the cameras, inertial nav, and proximity sensor. Can we bang out of here in a hurry, BB? Vaz asked. BB had that in hand. If I set down here, all we have to do is lift, rotate, and fire the anvil through the doors. And if they don't open, remember to keep your exit ticket then. Okay, we're down. Full atmosphere and gravity is outside. BB switched off the maneuvering thrusters and checked the bay doors, visually using the top cam. Now put that chip in the console. Did Leaks make this for you? Clever little chap. I asked for a Universal Covenant adapter. The chip felt like a life belt floating on the sea. BB uploaded a fragment of himself to it and hoped it would sync up with all of his other bits at the end of the day. For the moment, he was in two places locally, Vaz's helmet and the chip. He did one last sync transmission with the Matrix on the Stanley and then purged the onboard system of his presence. Huragok slurped up data like he did, and he couldn't rely on keeping busy tentacles out of the ship even with Oni security. The last thing he needed was a pissed off, unpredictable Huragok on the loose with the big slice of contents of an Oni AI brain. I just hope the little bleeder doesn't nip in here when our backs are turned and mess around with Bogoff. You can remove the chip now, Vaz. You know what to do. The moment Vaz pulled the chip, Vivi's view of the outside world cut down to just Vaz's helmet cam. It was limited now, but it would have to do. Vaz managed to lead quite a full life with almost as little input. Ramped down, Vaz pressed the controls and squeezed out of the cockpit with Staffen behind, Mal's right. The decor on the lighting in the Hitchhead ship makes them look like empty nightclubs. As he stepped onto the deck, his head jerked around and BB was looking at two suited bodies with long, tapering masks slumped against a bulkhead and not doing a lot of moving. Better check, Vaz drew his magnum. It's not unknown for buzzards to play dead. Don't lose that pistol, will you, BB said. I don't think we'll be getting yours back from New Tyne, or your hold-all. I'm putting in a claim. That was my personal stuff. Vaz poked the slumped Kigyar with his boot while Staffen watched. They looked pretty dead to BB. The air indicator on their suit was past the emergency reserve tank mark. Must have repressurized recently, Staffen said. Does he just not like killing? Vaz asked. Or is he okay with letting us die? How should I know? Staffen said. He's the first Huragok I've ever met. Vaz removed the weapons and shoved them into his webbing with a struggle, and then started looking around the bulkheads. Terminal, he said quietly. BB could see any kind of port like the one Leeks had described to plug into. He was still scanning everything in the camera field of view when it jerked up as Vaz stared at the deckhead. BB heard a sound like a drain tool working its way through a pipe. In the subdued violet light, he could see a couple of pitch-black openings and then a familiar translucent shape drifting out and descending with slow grace. Hi, Sink, Staffen said. It's me. Take a closer look. The Huragok peered into Vaz's name faceplate and cocked his head this way and that until Vaz remembered to lift the top filter of his visor. He seemed satisfied that it was Vaz inside and moved across to Staffen. Hello, Reclaimer. Staffen gestured at the bodies. What happened to the Kigyar here? They fired on me. I couldn't repair the hole they had cut until they stopped, so they expired. We have hull integrity now, though, and air. Can we get to the bridge, Sinks? You'll encounter resistance when the doors are open. Well, Vaz is great at handling that. I would be too, if he'd give me a firearm. But we're going to need to take back the ship. I made them an offer. Really? Another dropship in the starboard side bay, which I've repaired. I told them I would open the doors and hatches in sequence so that they could cross the ship and reach it, but they refused. Staffen nodded thoughtfully. BB knew from odd comments that Adge had made that the Covenant crews could be dismissive of Huragok, so Sinks probably thought Staffen was a gentleman. He listened and replied politely. Sometimes that's all it took to gain an edge. Can you put me on the ship's broadcast so I can talk to them through the translation system? Staffen asked. Maybe I can persuade them. I know you don't want to hurt anyone. On the contrary, Sinks said, but I know I must try not to. Come with me. Use the ramp. So he was both morally aware and honest. BB could respect that. Sinks drifted up to the deck level. By the time Staffen and Vaz had found the ramp and got up there, he was rubbing his tentacles together almost as if he was being impatient. But this wasn't what gesture meant in Huragok sign language. Sinks was just cleaning up his cilia, the equivalent of a human dusting his hands on his pants. BB debated whether a quick conversation to show his linguistic skills would win hearts and minds, but he had no way of projecting his hologram for Vaz's suit. And Sinks didn't know he was even there yet. It was probably best to keep it that way. I sealed all of the bulkheads and doors again. Sinks moved off toward the set of doors at the end of the wide passage. It's very tiring to do all this work alone. Use the address system near the door. Vaz looked along the bulkheads and BB whispered, both sides, quickly. I'm looking for a port. Once I find one, stick the chip in. Fast. Got it? Yes, Vaz stopped and scanned obediently. It was the easiest way to take in all of both surfaces quickly, and BB could extract more information from the camera than Vaz could from his own two eyes. On the starboard side, 10 meters from the door, BB was sure he could see a data port. Right there, near the door. Get up there now. Staffen had reached the ship's address mic and small grill in the bulkhead. He stood in front of it and took off his helmet to scratch his scalp. That's better. Okay, Sinks, can I hear their reply? If you wish, they can't hear or speak to one another on their devices, but they can hear all the conversation. Chol Vaughn, Staffen said. Can you hear me? Do you understand me? There was a scrambling noise hidden from the speakers. Who are you? The Kigyar seemed to be speaking fluent English thanks to the translation system. You sound like a flatface. Now, BB said, just sidle up, stand there, and, I know. Vaz strode up to the passage, drew level with the data port, and turned his back to it. BB got the impression that he was trying to look as if he was getting ready to storm the bridge if the doors open. Then he reached into his belt. Even BB thought he was taking out a spare magazine or a stun grenade, but Vaz looked down and slid the small wafer of silicone between his fingers. Okay. Chol, you're trapped, Staffen said. Just listen to the Huragok. Follow the path out of the dropship and get out. Can't say fairer than that. Go copulate with an Ungoy. If you won't leave, I'm going to have to upset the Huragok and kill you. Not upset, Sink said. If you could, you already would have, human. Spoils of war. This is my ship. Vaz took a slow step back towards the data port. Sinks seemed distracted by the exchange between Staffen and Chol. Staffen just scratched his scalp. BB thought that he seemed rather resigned for an arms dealer, preloaded with Spartan jeans, who was near the top of his UNSC's most pants-crapping list. You got maybe 16 crew left alive, Staffen said. You're all trapped. No radio, no ship. No idea where you are or what's waiting outside. Nobody except us knows where you are. In fact, there's a sweet FA you can do. There's sweet FA you can do now except die or accept our generous offer. You know what sweet FA means, don't you? Does that translate? Now, BB said. Vaz stepped backward, fumbled for a second, and then turned to press the chip home. BB's conscience burst into an instant carnival of light, noise, and data. He was watching the scene at the door, but he was also racing along the bright blue river like a water skier, taking in every stream to either side, fascinating streams that led to other places that he could now see, hear, and feel. Sinks let out a long bleat. No, 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 you tricked me. It's okay, Sinks, we're just getting a drop on the Kigyar, Vaz said. No, Sinks shot up to the deckhead and headed for the conduits. Huragok were fast, but they couldn't move as fast as Data. BB could travel at near light speed in this system. No, no, you lied, you tricked me. BB fell into a deep blue core, like a diver, letting himself sink into the eddies of lovely, lovely Data, then bobbed on the surface again to survey the world he'd fallen into. The bridge, violet again, with an angry skirmisher raging in a disembodied voice, the drive compartment, the weapons decks, the beautiful lacework tracery of the data network, the hangars, the nav center, and the ventral beams. He saw it all now, like it was an infinitely perfect and anatomical dissection. He was everywhere, and it was glorious. He plunged into the data banks and sucked up every last thing he could find, sending it hurling back into the intense blue river, the data chip, and the port by the door. It took just seconds to absorb it all, but it was now done. Vaz removed the chip, he said. It's loaded. I'm in. You've got all the data. Now, we can pick this off in our own time. BB watched Vaz remove the chip. Staffen turned to him. It was all tracle slow. TREACLE hyphen slow. SLOW. Tracle slow. He could see the Huragok 2 zipping along conduits and looking like a tube train speeding through the station every time he passed a monitoring device. If the little bastard was coming to try to turf BB out, he was too late. BB put up his own defenses on the mainframe power supply and blocked all the inbound data. He had the system secured. This was only one problem with being able to move near the speed of light. You didn't have any hands. The guy who did have hands already knew what you were doing because you were so damn fast that you'd already started doing it. And he could do things that you simply couldn't undo. BB felt the power of the propulsion systems vanish, and the doors and the weapons, and the slipspace drive. You crafty little bugger. I'd take my hat off to you if I had a head. BB checked all the monitors and found sinks working away like a little violet blur in one of the main fiber optic routers that ran through Inquisitor, like a spinal cord. He was simply cutting the power physically, and there was nothing BB could do to stop him. The ship still had a full life support, though, and gravity. BB poked around a little more, internal comms too. What was all of this about? If sinks could cut power to the slipspace drive, it would lose containment and explode. So, he must have simply looped the power supply to isolate it. Sinks wanted to stay alive then, but he couldn't have done that now without bothering anyone else in the compartment. He seemed to want people to be able to talk to. BB was stuck in the mainframe behind his own firewall and couldn't override any of the ship's main systems. Inquisitor was dead in the water. Sinks couldn't get BB or move the ship either. But he had what he needed to sit it out. BB could mess around with the life support because he might kill Vaz and Staffen. It was a stalemate. Sinks, Staffen still looked calm. Vaz kept looking up at the deckhead. Sinks, how are we doing? It was some time before the Hergok synthesized voice emerged from the speaker. The ship is sealed, immobilized, and made safe. I have isolated power and critical systems. Good, well done. Vaz shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have let him. Is this BB? Yes, it's BB, Staffen said. I'm sorry. They made me help them. And you know, we need to get the Kigar out. Then he looked at Vaz and shook his head. BB couldn't connect to his fragment in Vaz's helmet cam, but he could see and hear via sensors in the deckhead. Sorry, son, you're a decent man. But did you really think I was going to let you guys ship me out to some Oni cesspit for the rest of my life and never see my family again? Put them through hell I've been through? No, you don't get to do that to another generation. You can't go anywhere, Vaz said. You know you can't. Well, if I never see my girl again, it'll be because I'm dead. Not because Oni locked me up in a solitary for the rest of my days. Staffen sat down on the deck with his back resting against the doors. I know you've tried hard to do the right thing, but your masters will never let you. Yes, BB said. A voice right in the mainframe, right in BB's ear if he'd had one. We must all do the right thing. No more destroying, no more killing. Do you know right from wrong? I shall find out. That was all BB needed, or Hergok having a moral epiphany, or a breakdown, or maybe both simultaneously. They only ended one way. BB wondered if he was now handcuffed to the man on the edge. Chapter 14. If you can't win, you need to make the other guy wish he'd never beaten you. Andy Remo, head of Herschel's most prolific crime syndicate and grieving father. UNSC Tarkart on Pious Inquisitor's Hull. Cop system. Don't worry, Mal said. The Covenant were unimaginative bastards. Seen one CSS class, seen them all. The configuration's going to be exactly the same. Naomi watched the feed from Tarkart's hull in her camera's HUD, mentally rehearsing where she'd place frame charges to blow the access hatch. The dropship sat on the battlecruiser's hull like a mosquito waiting to sink her probiotics into the unsuspecting cow. Naomi and Mal were now squeezed into an airlock facing the hull, waiting for the order to go. The moment when the hatch would open, the airlock would depressurize, and they'd have just seconds to lay in and detonate charges to breach the hull. Naomi's Mjolnir armor was good for more than an hour in vacuum, even with the supplementary air supply. Mal had just a half an hour at best. But if they hadn't cracked this in 30 minutes, they probably would never crack it at all. I didn't think we'll ever put a full deck plan together, actually, Naomi said. Just the parts we've stormed before. Devereaux's voice came over the helmet comms. It's all going to depend on the access conduit. We know we've got them, just not where they go. How fast can Huragok move? 0 kph if you deflate them. Mal was busy stuffing every pouch in his belt with extra ammo. With the supplementary air supply, he was already loaded like a pack horse. Maybe they go whizzing around like punctured balloons. We'll see. Bit sad. But if it's him or us, I don't care how cute they are. Naomi had fought her way into a Covenant base and even see smaller vessels before, but usually with a degree of certainty that the target wouldn't move far. Sangheili would stand and fight, even if they had other options like making a run for it. But the Huragok had jumped ship once, and he might do it again. They were on the hull. They probably wouldn't survive the enormous forces of a leap to slip space. Come on. Come on, come on. She waited to hear BB confirming that he'd infiltrated the Inquisitor's computer and had control of the ship. And then they could all just breathe easy again. Her father and Vaz had made it into the shuttle bay. Dad was probably talking Sinks around now, reassuring him and getting him to drop his guard so that they could remove the Kikyar. Osmond cut in on the radio. Blue 1 and 2 stand 2. We've lost contact with BB. Copy that, ma'am. Mal gestured to Naomi. Go, go, go. Her adrenaline spiked. It was like a switch. 1 second she was thinking, weighing all the options, and then there was nothing in her mind but the motions she'd gone through 1,000 times in training, exercises in every drill, drill and drill and drill, boots on the hull, grip secure, move to the hatch, adhesive, XT, CC, strip, placed here, here, and here. Det attached, all clear and firing. She pressed the switch. There was a silent, short-lived flash, no shockwave, but debris and mist ejected in all directions, including a chunk of the hatch that skimmed noiselessly over her helmet. From there, all she had to do was walk back without losing her magnetic foothold and give the remaining chunk foothold and from there, all she had to do was walk back without losing her magnetic foothold and give the remaining chunk of the kind of tug that only a power-assisted Mjolnir suit could generate. She dropped down onto a deck that was mostly pipes and filters. Mal called Stanley. Ma'am, Blue 1 and 2, stand by. Blue 1 to Stanley, Blue 1 to Tarkart, he tooted. Lost his signal. Sinks must have some kind of jamming around the hull. We'll busk it. We always do, don't we? Naomi prowled around, waiting for the Kigyar to spring out of the cover of the ductwork. If there was anyone else in the compartment, minus a suit, they'd be sucking vacuums by now. Sinks would probably know from the damage monitoring that there had been a breach, but automated systems would probably start sealing bulkheads without him. From this point, Naomi needed to open the doors without damaging them, wherever she could. She didn't know who'd been in the next compartment or if they'd be suited up. Vaz and her father were in here somewhere. Let's try BB, Mal said. Sinks knows we're here anyway. BB, are you receiving? Inquisitor, BB, not Stanley, BB. There was no response on any of the comm channels. Okay, maybe he can't get a signal out either, but he still might be able to hear us. Mal reached a hatch in the deck and pointed down. Naomi gave him a thumbs up. He pulled a hand-operated lever, and the cover opened, releasing a fine cloud of dust that shot past her, and the atmosphere escaped. She dropped through the opening first, and worked out that she was in a long access shaft with very dim white light. It had footholds, so it wasn't her Huragok conduit. You clear, Mal? Yeah, sealing the hatch again. Her helmet sensors showed they now had partial atmosphere, but they still had a long way to go. They climbed down narrow ladders through 3 more decks of dimly lit, deserted engineering spaces, closing hatches behind them and pausing to listen for the Huragok. The bottom of the access shaft ended in a small compartment with no more hatches in the deck, just a manual door and a bulkhead. Naomi grasped the lever to open it, and a characteristic purpley bluish light flooded in. Ah, we reached the cocktail lounge, Mal said. Mine's a brandy and a baby cham, please. Naomi prepared to meet a hail of plasma bolts. Is that good? I don't even know what that is. Okay, go. They burst out with rifles raised. But the section was empty. The passages were so wide that it was hard to tell if they were really corridors or just flats. She pointed out to the next set of doors as if they set off to a slow jog. A battlecruiser wasn't a big ship by Covenant standards, but it was still the best part of 2 kilometers in length, and it was going to take time to move down the deck. There were still no signs of any Kigyar. Naomi prepared to breach the next set of doors. Okay, we've definitely got atmosphere, Mal said, checking his tack pad. BB, are you there? I can see you, Mal. Quick sit rep, so just listen. And we're stuck on an open circuit, and it's all translated. BB's voice wafted out of a broadcast system somewhere in the deckhead. I'm confined in the computer. I've locked Syncs out, but he's physically interrupted the controls to the drives and the weapons. So either way, he can't jump the ship. We've still got 16 Kigyar locked in different sections. 3 on the bridge, 5 in section forward of you. Vaz and Staffen are trapped between the hangar bay and the bridge, no injuries. It was a real pain in the ass having no comms with BB except for one broadcast channel that everyone could hear. Naomi looked around for a data port she could hack if she'd asked for a location specifically. Syncs might beat her to it and render it unusable. Is there any way you can give me a schematic of the ship? I've got traffic out, but I'm not letting traffic in. I've got hard access to cams and audio throughout. Well, for the time being. Where are we now? 1 section forward of the brig. After that, it's the bridge. Can we speak to the next compartment? Comms seem to be very patchy, but go ahead. Assume that everything that the ship's audio picks up, like my dulcet tones right now, everyone can hear, including Syncs, who is a splendid little chap, who can probably also see the deck security cams, which are not exclusively routed via the bridge. Are you grasping the full import of all of this? Seeing as you keep repeating it, yes. Are the Kigyar in contact with each other? Not all of them. Well, that's great. Naomi did a quick recap of who could hear and who is supposed to know what. This was almost as limiting as having an enemy who could read her mind. She could talk to Mal on the local helmet link, but anything else she said to BB or anyone else was on the open circuit. And Syncs could probably see hand signals too. She couldn't rely on him not understanding them. Well, shit. She looked at Mal. He tapped his helmet and indicated his air supply, then a number, 20 minutes. He was switching off and unsealing the suit to conserve the oxygen in case he really needed it later. Naomi followed suit in case she had to share her supply with him. Then she heard the helmet comms click again. Before we start blatting away at the buzzards, Mal said, let's agree on a plan. For the hell of it. If it comes to talking meaningfully, let me do it. Okay, I'll just rip things open and slaughter the contents, shall I? You're great at that, thanks. Mal pointed aft, then switched to an external audio. This was all going to hinge on staying alert to what could be outside of the helmet and what couldn't. Okay, BB. We'd like to talk to the Kigyar. Go ahead. Gentlemen, Mal called out. You're in the brig section. Can you hear me? There was a pause. We hear you. Now get lost. The ship is ours. We found it abandoned. Okay, there's just one snag here. Mal signaled to Naomi to bypass the door. We've got a UNSC warship standing off. You're stranded. No ship. So why not take up the Hurgok's offer and leave? Make us. Okay, we'll do. Naomi pressed flat against the bulkhead in the hope that the Syncs wouldn't be able to see what she was doing. She placed a shape charge on the door. Where was the camera? She couldn't tell. But if he wanted to stop her, he'd have to come down here. And she set the detonator As she said it, she visualized the task she faced. He was just one Huragok, with kilometers of interconnecting conduits to cover, and he couldn't be everywhere at once. He would have to zip up and down those tunnels like a demented pinball to get from one part of the ship to another. He wasn't like BB, able to travel almost instantaneously via any convenient signal and spread himself everywhere at once. Restoring what he'd cut off would be a massive task, but keeping one step ahead of him was a lot easier. Ready, Mal asked. Naomi held the debt charge up. Ready. Okay, lads, we're coming through. Naomi, personal. Nothing personal, honest. Some of my best friends are chicken nuggets. The Kigyar were expecting an assault anyway, and there was only one point it could come from. An appeal to their pragmatism was worth a try. Mal paused long enough to shrug and then signaled from the other side of the doors to stand clear. 3, 2, 1. Go. Firing. Naomi pressed the detonator. The doors blew apart. She expected a steady green stream of plasma to spew out of the gap, but nothing happened. Wait or charge in. She looked at Mal, adjusting her grip on her rifle, and nodded. Now, she yelled, and burst in firing. Green bolts streaked past her. She aimed down them, like falling tracer rounds, and blew a corner of a bulkhead flushing out of a Kigyar who ran from the next cover. The space opened up into a long run of passages with 90-degree bends that turned into a running battle. To her left, Mal sprinted for the entrance to the first of the two brigs and put a burst of fire into the buzzard who tried to ambush them from around the corner. The Kigyar went down like a stone, and his plasma rifle skidded across the deck. One down, Mal called. It wouldn't do the others any harm to hear their buddies getting dropped by one by one. 4 left, then. Naomi listened for footsteps ahead. Had they decided to go? No, Sinks would have had an open series of locked doors for them. They were still in here. Naomi turned right and saw what looked like a passage to the other brig. She couldn't tell if it was sensible to head down there in case they were cut off, but that might draw them to us. She headed down there. Mal hung back, covering the passage to the left from the cover of the corner. Correct assumption, BB said cryptically. He could see what they couldn't. There must have been a camera above the next set of doors. From your left. Lobbing a grenade would have been easier and saved ammo. Naomi spun around and Mal suddenly squeezed off 2 short bursts. She ran forward, firing as bolts grazed her armor, and cut one Kigyar almost in half as he ran at her. Mal took out the second. She swung around to look for the remaining 2. Mal took a hit that knocked him back for a moment. Where did that come from? Gotcha. She followed the direction and ran up the passage, hitting the retreating Kigyar square in the back and spraying purple blood all over the bulkhead. The last one came at her from an alcove to her right as she rounded a left-hand corner. But she was a lot faster than he was, and crack, 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 he was down. She went back and put an extra round in his skull to make sure. There was no point missing an opportunity. She picked up a couple of plasma weapons just in case. I'm okay, Mal said, tottering a little as he twisted his head around to check his shoulders for damage. Section clear, 5 down. He paused and looked up at the deckhead, either acknowledging BB or making sure the other Kigyar could hear him. Chol Vaughn, can you hear me? He waited, using the time to reload, while Naomi took advantage of the pause and looked for another data port. BB prompted her. Left, stop, up a bit, there. She worked the probe into the dock and waited while her HUD and TACpad scrolled through the data BB was uploading. That felt better. Now he could project the schematic as she moved instead of guessing her way. She could see the way of the bridge, left, right, left, right. She repeated it to herself until she memorized it. This way, she said. Mal kept calling as he trotted along beside, following her turns. Chol, knock, are you still there? Sorry about your lads, they didn't see reason. Naomi tried not to dwell on the fact that she hadn't heard a sound from her father or Vaz. BB had said they were okay, so she accepted that. She hadn't let personal problems intrude on the immediate task at hand. God, how many Spartans even had personal problems. But now that there was a lull in the shooting, she couldn't erase the stranger of a father that she was starting to get to know and wasn't entirely sure she'd want to forget again. She could still do her job. She simply didn't. She simply did it knowing who was trapped on the ship with her and what they should have meant to her. We'll get out of this. They'll detain Dad and nobody will know that they've got him. He won't get a lawyer or a trial, but maybe I can use my status. Maybe I can get to visit him from time to time, and maybe Oni will do it for me. They owe us, after all. Mal spread his arms, looking as if he had given up on Chol Vaughn, and gestured to Naomi to stand in the breach next to the doors to the bridge. Then a rasping voice finally came over the audio. How do you know my name and who are you? Who sent you? Mal checked his optics, sighting up on the door. Oh, we're nosy. We eavesdrop. Only Avumed Telcam would know I was doing this because he hired me to retrieve this vessel. And how would any UNSC humans know him? Naomi looked at Mal. It was that who knew what and when Maze again. Because any Kigyar that survived might let Telcam know who had their ship. He'd want to know why they hadn't informed him. Mal had told Naomi to leave the talking to him, so she did. Actually, it's the Arbiter's ship, and he'd like it back. Our ally, the Arbiter. The one we signed the ceasefire with. Mal cocked his head to one side, as if he was enjoying the verbal fencing. Naomi couldn't see his expression. But we can go ahead and call this Telcam bloke and tell him where the ship is. And where you are. We are ever so helpful. It might not take him long to get here and give you a lift home. Chol didn't respond. You think he's looking for you? Save yourselves while you can. We have no argument with you. This ship is my bounty. Are you going to vacate the ship like a good girl? Why would I leave? Chol asked. When I have the added bonus of one of your AIs trapped on my bridge. Naomi saw clear objectives now emerging from their range of options. Storm the bridge, kill the Kigyar, neutralize the Huragok, free BB, secure the ship. And what about Dad? She didn't know if he was a hostage or the hostage taker. That's where we're going to stop. The next segment is called Bridge of Former Covenant Ship Pious Inquisitor, 4 hours after loss of contact with the Paragon, on page 461. For everybody to remember that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a stream marker so that I don't forget, so I can go find it easily next time, so I don't fuck it up if this ever happens again. We have less than 50 pages to go.
Me, Daddy.
And
give me a big stretch.
Less than 50 pages to go. The book ends on page 522. We're at 461. Okay, so I guess we have more than 50 pages to go. That would be 39 and 22 is 50, 61 pages. We will finish it next time for sure. Inquisitor ship is where midship's map is located. Oh, wow. Hi, Oakham. How are you, buddy? Thanks for listening today. My wife brought the coffee and the Book Daddy cup in mid-read, and that was nice. So I don't actually have to go anywhere. I can just sit here and fire up Halo and change gears. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending the time with us today. And being awesome. It really is an amazing. Lena is the best. She 100% is. She I can't do it without her. She's my I say that she's my better half and tell people a lot that that is the case. And I truly do believe it. She makes it work. I'm excited for Worlds 2, Oakham. I'm so excited to see you. Lena's gonna be there again. We got so many people coming. It's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be really great.
No drink, you drink.
Thank you, Joy. Thanks for the top off on coffee. What are you guys doing? You guys, Joy, you guys sitting in a hotel right now? You enjoying the city? Are you sitting in the French Quarter on a balcony eating something, just watching the world go by? What are you guys doing? I mean, I love that you're here. Obviously. Seriously, dude, just buy a plane. Yeah, right? Okay. I feel that. Somebody posted in the general chat a picture of a flight saying, I'm scripting a radial menu. Hey, I saw you post a thing about that. That's that menu for the power-ups and things in the in that mode that we were working on. Air conditioning is a godsend. Yeah, oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Definitely. Taking a break during drinking adult beverages in our room. Okay. Hey, you know what? That's perfect. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. Go catch a show. See if you can find like a cabaret or something. Something local that you will enjoy. I think that's gonna be neat. Thank you to Ambient Wonders again today. I should post that. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. It's there it is, my OST. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. It's provided by Installation 00. And he promises that there will be some new Ambient Wonders in the future coming along. It's a really great Ambient Wonders is a really great YouTube channel full of science fiction video game music that Installation 00 has painstakingly taken time to cultivate, to curate for you. We went to the aquarium and pet some manta rays. Well, that's cool. That is cool. Manta rays, their skin feels like skin, except it's like more almost like porous, like rubbery and porous. It's really interesting. Same with sharks and whales. You can pet them. They feel not anything like my skin feels, for sure. Anyway, weirdness. We're gonna play some Halo here in a minute, clearly. And I'm gonna jump in the Discord. I'm just taking make sure John eats something so he doesn't get hangry. Hey, there you go, Fox. See, there is a command for snacks. I just didn't make it a redeemable for points. I made it a exclamation snacks, which for the life of me, I can't actually figure out why I chose to do that, but that was just what I did. Apparently, I got done with the awesome one day and was like, I need to do this thing for Cat, and then I did the thing, but I did it in a really weird way. So who knows? Who knows? Anyway, it is there for you. So yeah. Yeah. It do be like that. What are you guys doing today? Did you enjoy the book so far? Do you guys like where, you don't get hangry. You just start kind of slowing down. That's interesting. I actually feel like I do get hangry. I think you guys get the beginning of it where I sort of like, and then after that I get like, I gotta eat something, and my temperature my temperature. My temper gets shorter. And my wife is like, why do you have such an attitude right now? And I'm like, I don't. She's like, but you do. And I'm like, but I don't. It's kind of like that. You guys excited for tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be a big new day. We're going to play some Halo today. This is what we normally do. We're going to play a little bit of Halo today. We're going to drink some coffee. It's going to be fun. Kevin, I'm sure, will join us at some point. We got a Woofy already in the chat, which is neat. Hey, Woofy, I see you there. And then tomorrow we're playing Halo Fortnite Halo, whatever you want to call it. It's Fortnite Friday tomorrow. We'll be joining the insanity of all the little kids on summer break and getting pub stomped on a different ring to grind out some Halo achievements. So come and be part of that. Also, before we get started, 1,722 follows. We're at 6 viewers right now. Thank you all of you for continuing to join us for the reading. Hubby bought me a pen sander for cosplaying props. Is it a pen sander or is it like a 1-inch finger sander? Because a pen sander is like, you get one that's kind of like this. It might be a little bigger than this, and it's got a little end on it, and you can like, or you can get a finger sander like I got, which is a 1-inch wide band sander, and the band is like this long, and then you can hold it, and it's not great. When I bought that thing, I was actually kind of upset. I was like, this is what I need. Nah, not the competitive tools. It's cool. It's a pen sander. Yeah, that's way better than what I got. Yeah, so anyway, we're looking to maintain those subs. We try to keep about 10% of the subs. We're at 1,722 followers, so 10% is about 172 subs would be great. I have arthritis. It's easier to hold. Yeah, I buy that. I'm jelly. Those are cool. Yeah, they definitely are. Anyway, so Fortnite Friday tomorrow. We'll play a little bit today. Regular Halo. We'll miss Jimmy, but he's here talking, and that's good. And we'll get a Kevin in here, I'm sure, at some point soon. Don't forget to join my Husky Raid tournament. We have a Husky Raid tournament coming on the 13th and the 14th of September. I have made announcements in the Spartan Space and in the tournament section of the Spartan Space. All you need to do if you want to join that is reach out through the Spartan Space Discord, get yourself the PvP role. So join the Discord, get yourself the role, and send a message with you and your team of 4 or possibly 6. I always recommend you have 2 alternates. It's a weekend tournament. People have lives. Some people, accidents happen. They don't show up. But get your team together. Let me know. Let Foamforge Cosplay know. If you have already sent Foamforge Cosplay a DM about the Husky Raid tournament, will you please go back and CC me on that or send me an additional message? Unfortunately, Foamforge Cosplay is going through the ringer right now, and his life is tough. We miss and we support him in all the ways possible. Buddy, we miss you. We love you. We care about you. We hope you're strong. He's still going to host the tournament if we get enough people, but he is at the moment not able to keep his end of the bargain for the tournamenting, and therefore I'm stepping up to take his place. So send me the information, and I will try to see every DM that you send me. Installation 00 is sponsoring the tournament. We're getting some help from Austin over at the Jumperscape podcast. And Foamforge Cosplay is, as always, the guy that will live stream with commentary and breakdowns of gameplay. Spartan John will be there participating with his own team of 4, and I hope that I get to win this year. First place prizes are as follows. First place prize, the team that wins, is a digitally arted piece that is you and the Spartans that win, just like you see it in the menu here, dressed in some way in a stance that you like with a background possibly on the ring. That information will be collected from you at the end of the tournament, and then you'll have to give me a little bit of time for our artists to compile those art pieces for you, but every person on the team will get one. And then the winning team will get a sponsored entry into the charity tournament at the end of the year, which is in December. That is Foamforge Cosplay's charity tournament. We pushed it late this year because, again, Mike has been going through hell, and we want him to be okay. So we're trying to support and help him in any way possible. When you compete in the charity tournament, you get things like this. This is a titanium printed coin from PCBWay. And it was the first and second place prize this year, last year for the charity tournament. It's a challenge coin. It's awesome. I am grateful to have one of these. It is really, really cool. Likely ban evader, huh? Not here. We're gonna mod this guy. How do I... Does anybody remember how I mod dudes again? Let's see here. Ban. Ban, ban, ban. 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 Goodbye. Ban hammer. We have banned him. We have banned that bot from the chat. Banned them. Fucking bots. Did you see my Falcon jetpack video on Twitter? I did not see it yet. No. Ban, ban, ban. Yeah, exactly. Ban, ban, ban. I did not see it. Anyway, 13th and 14th. Minimum of 8 teams required for the tournament to go. We will not push it back. If we don't have enough people, it'll be canceled, and I will do a community event that Saturday. I will be here in the Discord with you guys regardless, and we'll play some Husky Raid or do some whatever. But the Husky Raid tournament is hugely important to me, so please consider joining it. Oakham may be on my team. I asked him to be on my team, and I was hoping that having someone like him on there will allow me to be carried to a victory finally. Check it. It's hilarious. Okay, I will definitely check it out. But, hey, that's it. Neat coin. Bring that bot back. I want to shoot it. Yeah, right, exactly. Hey, Nikki, welcome back. So, yeah, Husky Raid tournament. Please check it out. I'm trying to push it a little bit, more. I'm trying to get to it 1 or 2 or 3 times per stream right now. And hopefully, if I'm less of a dumbass, I will be able to put together like a baby commercial or something with me talking about all the important shit that I can just run. Like, hey, you guys ready for this? Pow! And then it runs for like 3 minutes and I can go and do whatever I want to do, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, at the end of the day, guys, I appreciate you again for being with us. Let's play some Tax Slayer for a little bit. Let's get warmed up. Let's enjoy the rest of our Thursday. We got an hour and 30-ish minutes remaining. And also, if Installation Uwu is watching, we need to figure out what books we're going to read next, because this is the end of this trilogy. And We've got places to go. We've got more books that we can read. But we're just not sure what that looks like yet. Also, don't forget, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much for the support. Patreon is incoming. We're still working on some things. Again, you know, always got stuff that we're trying to get figured so that we can, you know. And for anybody that's interested, our current partnership goal for Twitch, our next biggest goal is to have 75 average viewers. Did I read Oblivion? I don't think I've read that one yet. No. Ungrunt to Halo. Welcome. Thanks for chatting for the first time. I don't think I've read that one yet. We've read at this point we've done Fall of Reach, First Strike, Ghost of Onyx. Jesus, we've read Glasslands. We've read. There's a bunch that we read. Let me actually look. I bet you. I can give you a whole list. It's a lot of books. There are several playlists for you to go and absorb these Halo books that we've already read. If it's your first time coming by, again, we are grateful for seeing you and having you here. Let me see. I'll get you that list. 1 second. And the list is as follows. Studio. Come on, go to the studio. Go to the studio. Go to the studio. Content. Here we go. So we've got, let's see, at this point, we've read Contact Harvest, Ghost of Onyx, First Strike, The Cole Protocol, Glasslands, The Thursday War, and Mortal Dictata. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 books we've read so far. So there you go. And we're gonna keep reading them. Like I said, we're putting these on the YouTube for people. You get to listen for a couple of hours. I should do a commercial for this at some point too, but it should be like, hey guys, come and listen to Spartan John read badly That's how I feel. Now I get told by many that I'm a better reader, and I continue to get better, and I feel better about reading. But and especially about reading out loud to you guys. But anyway, it's that's where we're at. So we're gonna move on to another set of Halo books possibly soon, and when we finish the Halo franchise in its entirety, then we will continue to expand and read other books. The book Thursdays has been very, very successful. It's one of my most successful streams. People really like to hear the books. And different books even. So, you know, like I said, not just Halo. We'll eventually run out of Halo, and we will continue on somewhere else. But in the meantime, like I said, I think it gives people an opportunity to hear someone like me read the books live, authentic and live. All of the all of that is huge. And you get to see me experience it live. It's interesting because you get to watch me
Tactical flame.
sorry, brain is processing. Yeah, you get to torture, he says. Woofy says it's torture. That we're playing Tax Slayer. I would say
Just kill the other player.
Another one down.
no eyes, really? Nobody's gonna walk out here and just be the okay. There's two on me, one on me. I've read almost all the books, but listening to them would be awesome. Yeah, for us, it was all about, I'd never read the books. I'd only ever experienced Halo from the perspective of a game player. And then running into, like, Installation 00 and experiencing his perspective on the lore and the theories and watching his most detailed breakdowns and doing all of that. And all of that is really cool stuff. It's amazing. But then he encouraged me to read the books. He was like, have you ever read the books? And I was looking for some content to continue to power the awesome because, you know, I love to play, but we can't just play always. It's just, you know, people do get bored. I hear people all the time, you know, some of my most consistent viewers are, you know, begging for other content. That's not just Halo, and so, you know, so I try really hard to fill those voids, and find those places, and that's why we're doing Fortnite on Fridays as well, because the Halo has come to Fortnite now, and that's a big deal. Yeah. That's the books are good though. You can, like I said, you can listen and you can see me read them in a lot less. Wow, that was weird. Ran right by that guy and he couldn't kill me, and then he killed me. Anyway, from the books that you read, which one is my favorite? Oh wow.
Lost the lead.
Oh, two here. From the books I've read, which one is my favorite? You know, I think that The Fall of Reach was really good. The amount of loss that it covers. The toll on humanity. You know, I found as a war veteran that caused me a lot of, like, emotional cost. And then hey, thanks for the follow. a lot of the books though that I have found, and I I didn't do this today. Normally I try to take a moment to to review what we read in the book, talk about it a little bit, and
You are so much better than
you know, let people have that, you know, a little bit of that process. We process the book some. They did it again today in this book. I keep going back and forth on how I feel about Karen Travis and her portrayal of Halsey, because what she does is she very much... That was a bad choice, dickbag. She very much,
halfway to victory.
It's interesting. I love Halsey. I love her to death because she is so smart, and she made the Spartans, and she's done all these things. But one of the things that she's also... The book does a very good job of portraying her as a war criminal from the eyes of people who were there when she did what she did. Like, you only get to experience her at first from the video games, and maybe from her diary and some of these other places. And so, you know, it's really interesting what different authors do with her,
What's a B
and how, you know, how her character is written, what her character thinks about the driving things. You know, when you meet her with Keyes, she is a very, when you meet her with Captain Keyes, when he's just a lieutenant, when he's just Jacob. No way, I shot that guy totally. Whatever. It's okay. You know, we learn about her being smart. We learn about that, you know. We see how she builds the Spartans. But then again, you go, like I said, you go to this Karen Travis set of books, and she is like, Halsey is a war criminal, and she's an evil person. She robbed all these children, and she left the physical and emotional weight of the loss on the parents by replacing the children with clones, which is, you know, you know, that's a morally gray area, you know, because on one point you're like, well, hey, she replaced them with clones so that you didn't really experience the loss. But then you get this story where someone like Senska, you know, Naomi's dad, 100% now knows that this is the way, and that their kid was robbed from them, and that, you know, so he experienced this loss. You know, the book says, we just read that he experienced loss 3 times now, because he has finally got to the point where he knows that his daughter is alive again, and that those 2 losses were not losses, but he still experienced them. And then for him to listen to her go like, well, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna stay a soldier. You know, and he's like, that's the 3rd no that I've experienced with this child. The 3rd time that my child has been robbed from me, or I've had to experience this death. And that's rough as a dad. That would be, you know, as a dad, that's just ridiculous.
No need to tune that spread.
It's a rough one for sure. We're down 3 points. I got 1 on my axe, 2 on my axe.
5 minutes remaining.
I need 1 more kill to break 20 on my warm-up game. Two to lose? Oh, feels bad, man. Here's my 20. Oh, come on, guys, come on! I can't. 7 and 17? What kind of numbers are these? Good lord, good job, Woofy. You didn't do terrible. That's okay. That was a great warm up. We got an open lobby right now. If you guys want to play with us, I've got space. A lot of my normal. Look at you, Woofy. Woofy getting better and better every day. 11, 9, and 1 positive, buddy. How's your heart rate today? You going nuts? I forgot to turn my heart rate on for you guys. Let me do that right now. I'm sorry. I'm a bad streamer. I didn't do the thing. Yeah, I hope you enjoy that ungrunt the heart rate monitor. We love it. It shows you how hard I work when I'm playing Halo. It's funny, sometimes it'll be none, and then sometimes it'll be like, "Oh, he's really working today." You gonna register my heart rate now, watch? What are we doing here? I'll give it a second. It's apparently I'm dead because the watch hasn't figured it out yet. Anyway, that was a great match, Woofy. Give me a second. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna use the restroom, and I'm gonna reboot my coffee. How much coffee do you need to drink to get your heart rate to 117? It's not about the coffee. I promise you that. It's about oh, there it goes, 89. There you go. You're starting at 89 today. Cardio. Yeah, cardio. Well, when I do cardio, I run. I do several miles on the treadmill. Usually Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I go to the gym. If you're interested in that kind of content, you can come to the Spartan Space. That's the Discord, and you can join the fitness center it's a conversation. It's a text channel, and you can see pictures of me and my gains when I get off the treadmill. I take well, I don't actually run on a treadmill. I run on something called an open stride trainer, which are it's like an elliptical, but the platform is elevated on bands, like resistance bands. IRL stream, yeah, no. I would not stream from my phone while I was at the gym. I think that would be a bad choice. But anyway, I do post the pictures in the fitness center is what it's called, and you can go see that. I think that everybody should be healthy, learn to make healthier choices, eat healthier foods, do a little exercise. Save those pics for the Patreon. Yeah. Well, I share them willingly for you guys. Unfettered access you get in the Spartan Space to everything that I do, whether it be gardening or working on cars or camping or, because this Spartan John is I love to play Halo, but I am a fan of life. I'm a student of life. And I love to talk about life with people, and I love to share my life with people because it's nice to be an inspiration to others. And it makes me feel like I matter, because as I have gotten older, at Breakland in about 10, as I have gotten older, I feel like finding a place where I matter more, where people miss me, where I'm valued, where people want to hear what I have to say. That stuff is so important. It's not just important because you get to get your voice out, but it's important because you get to feel like you matter. And that's powerful and helpful for people. Making a difference is important. I feel like I missed stuff. I just said that you can go to the fitness center and see that, and go to the gym, and that's a great way to inspire people. That's what we were saying. You make a difference in many lives because of the community you built. And I appreciate you, Nikki, for that. I try really, really hard to cultivate a community that is accepting to everyone and is open and safe. And it's really important because we need those things. A lot of people need a place to belong. And I try to make this Spartan Space that place. All of you are Spartan 4s to me, but, you're welcome on my Spartan installation with all of my Spartan 2s. Anyway. Hope you enjoy this content every single day. I'm going to let you stare at the ship for a second. I'm going to go reboot my coffee. I'm going to use the restroom. Woofy, you're going to have to sit for 2 more minutes and wait for the next match. Then when we come back, we'll play another tactical Slayer match, and then we'll switch over to something else that's a little less salty. And don't forget, tomorrow is Fortnite Friday with the Master Chief. Give me just 1 second. Enjoy the chair. take a look at the ship in the background. There's all of the Spartan Space collectibles for you to enjoy while I'm gone. I'll put it up for you. At installation 00, by the way, if you're watching today, and I have a question for you about the Tiny Bot. Is there a way to create a program where it will just like zoom in and run through all of the collectibles like around while I'm gone? Maybe. Beat up by kids tomorrow. Yeah, maybe we'll do some kid beating tomorrow too. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go do this thing. I'll be right back. Back. Just give me 1 second. The awesome returns. Holy shit! I got a Ben and a Kevin in my chat. Holy shit! What's up, Kevin?
Hey.
What's up, Ben?
Hey.
You guys can't hear me? Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
hear you.
We hear you loud and clear.
I see Ben's face moving, but I don't hear him. Hold on 1 second. Could be me. Could be my headset dead. All right, I got you now. Say
Can-
something. I hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. It was
Yeah,
my
I
fault.
can
My
hear you
headset
loud and
died.
clear.
When I unplugged it, it died. My bad. What's up, Kevin? What's up, Ben? How are you guys doing?
You're echoey.
Really?
Not like you're wearing a headset. Like I'm hearing you through a microphone.
I'm gonna start up Halo Infinite right now.
Who's echoing? Me?
You.
Have I been that way all day for you? Is my sound messed up? I'm just standing in the doorway with the door open. I'm not at
Oh, you're okay. Then you're not at your mic then.
Yeah, then you're actually echoey and not just echoey.
Understand. Okay. Alright, that's fair. My wife says hello, everyone.
Hello back.
She
Hello back. Yeah.
She delivered a cup of coffee in the Book Daddy cup this morning. As we were reading, because there was no coffee this morning when I started the reading. We remember I told you guys that I went to the dog sniff spot with my wife this morning, so that was kind of one of them things. Well, and there's a bird on my table. Oh, never mind, it didn't make it to the table. We're fine. There was a black burn mark on my tablecloth next to the 3D printer that I just observed, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't catch my table on fire.
That actually, the no coffee actually reminds me. I have the let's just call it lucky thing of not liking coffee, which means I can trade that stuff in. Got some good stuff out of that.
Did you just say you don't like coffee?
Yeah, I don't drink coffee,
Fired.
so all
Fired.
of the
Just kidding.
so all of the the MRE coffee stuff, I don't
Yeah.
need that, so I can trade it in. It's awesome. You'd be surprised what people are willing to give you for coffee,
Well, that's because coffee is...
instant coffee powder.
Listen to Janeway here. And there's the right way, there's the wrong way, and there's the Janeway. And Janeway says, coffee, I beat the Borg with it. She also says there's some coffee in that nebula. Coffee is like the lifeblood of the world, Ben. I don't know how you haven't found it yet. Even Kevin drinks coffee.
I don't know, it's just not my thing.
What's up, Kevin?
I said she even killed off Star Trek with the coffee.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Yesterday they announced that 2 Star Trek games are coming out. Now, they've been talking about it for a little bit, and one of them we already sort of knew about. One is, I don't remember what the name of the first one is, and I don't remember what the name of the second one is, but the second game is the one I'm talking about. You are the captain of the Starship Voyager, and you are exploring. It's apparently
The flying spoon. That's all we need.
a story-driven... Janeway got lost first day. Nice job, Woofy. Nice job.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Yeah.
no guarantees, but I think I might be picking up a gaming laptop.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you know if any teams still need a filler? Krampus asked?
I currently don't have a roster of teams. I have not had a person get a hold of me yet to actually even to register for a tournament yet. So I don't have any. As far as I know, no teams are registered. And I will reach out to Foamforge Cosplay today, because like I said on the Awesome, he is going through a lot of shit. Janeway didn't get lost the first day. She was stranded. That is also an accurate depiction of what happened. I mean, there's your truth, my truth, and the truth. Janeway was stranded.
She didn't make the hard call. She could have ended the whole show in the first episode.
Well, she would have broke the Prime Directive.
And how many times did you break the prime directive during the show?
The prime
Yeah,
prime
that's what I was
directive
gonna
is
say.
more like
Everybody
guidelines.
always breaks the prime directive.
I'm gonna take an episode. I'm gonna take a page out of Jack Sparrow's. I'm gonna take a page out of Jack Sparrow's book here. The prime directive is just more like a guideline.
I mean, at this point,
I don't really
that's
believe
just...
this. The prime directive is obviously General Order 1 for a reason. You're not supposed to affect the natural evolution of a planet or species that is lower technologically advanced than you.
So much better than them.
And such.
That race was not. It
That
was already being affected by a race that was way higher tech level.
That's correct, and I think that what the point was that by leaving the array intact, they were not breaking the prime directive because the prime directive was then technically already broken, right? So instead of making these people go back to the Stone Age, Kirk treated the prime directive as a guideline. I don't think the Federation liked that very much. I think without Captain Kirk, I don't think the Federation would have became as great as it was, but that's just me. And
Yeah,
I don't think
by
that he
the way,
broke the prime line, I don't think that he broke the prime directive. I don't think that Kirk broke the prime directive very often. Maybe once. Anyway, you were saying, Ben, you were asking?
The new person that joined, you might wanna like leave or rejoin or something, because like, at least on my end, I can't hear you, and I think the others.
Underneath center.
Oh, you're talking about...
I haven't said anything. I didn't
Oh,
know
okay,
what was going
yeah.
on.
Yeah, we're just...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything yet, Ben. He's abiding to the rules of the awesome since we're alive. Anyway.
Yeah, I just realized what I jumped into, and I'm like, oh, let me shut up and go focus.
Yeah, no, we're live. We're live on Twitch and YouTube, so you know how it goes. But yeah, anyway, I would just say that I would say that that was the thing for Janeway, was she had a little bit of a hard time with that because she 100% was like was in a position where she's like, if I enact change here, I am breaking the prime directive, I believe, regardless, is kind of the place that they put her in. And so Kevin's argument then becomes that if she had just done the thing and said, screw you, send me home, then the Ocampa would have been screwed anyway. Because the dude would have sent them back there at Nest. Yeah, somebody just got him. He would have been sent back, right? To the quadrant, and then the caretaker would have died, right? That was the thing, was the caretaker was gonna die regardless, but I don't think that Janeway knew that. Is that right, Kevin? Am I remembering that right? Like, the caretaker ultimately was gonna die regardless. Like, he was looking for a replacement. That's why he pulled them.
Yes.
And then he was like, did he offer to send them back? And he was like, but if I send you back, I'll die? Or...
No.
I can't remember how that went.
It was either send them back or give the Ocampa longer time that they would survive alone.
Oh, because he was dying anyway. Okay.
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
So he took all his energy and focused it into putting basically a battery up for the Ocampa.
Gotcha.
You are so much better than them. Victory.
But as we found out, the Ocampa was being held back because they were supposed to evolve and get super sentient. So
yeah,
there's
which
interfering with the natural process there too. And how many races did they interfere on the way home?
Well, I mean, she did a pretty good job with the Kazon. They were already spacefaring. I mean, there were a few episodes that did get stuck in the gravity of that, of like a binary star with that weird planet that had like super time, and because they were like stuck in their orbit, Voyager basically became like deity for a very long time.
Yep.
There was that one. But I mean,
There was a whole
go ahead.
there was a whole bunch of them.
Have a bunch of great meetings, Nikki, and Lena, we'll see you later. Enjoy infinite soups. Here's the heart. Thanks for being awesome with us today. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. Let's see. Well,
The worst thing about
Go ahead.
Janeway was the writing, because she was a competent, forceful captain at points, and she was a total. Her character was all over the place. If they would have written her one way and kept with that character, but they were like, she was being like rubber band back and forth. It was horrible.
No drink,
No,
you drink.
you're right. I think you're right on that for sure. Thank you, Krampus. Thank you for the sip. That's interesting. What we got a Ben. Get ready to get crapped on, Ben. You're gonna love it.
Well, I believe to remember that like last game I wasn't even that bad.
Woofy says in the chat, he says, what did he say? He says, I watched a video all about Janeway yesterday. It was deep. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, so, I don't know. Her stubbornness was the only thing that she kept throughout the series. Yeah. Yeah, she was really smart. I really loved it. I really did love her. I think that it was interesting because Star Trek Voyager had, like... It was probably the first Star Trek that I remember having many lead female characters that were... They were strong characters, but it was like... What I'm saying is, like, Next Gen had a whole bunch of dudes, Counselor Troy and Dr. Crusher, all right? And they were like... Troy was on the bridge all the time, and she was like a strong female presence all the time. And then you'd get Dr. Crusher sometimes. And sometimes you'd get both, but sometimes it'd be like one or the other. Or you got like Karen Pulaski, you know, when Beverly Crusher was gone, you know. But
Deanna bounced around a little bit too on her character on.
Right. Exactly. And then in the original series, you get Nurse Chapel. You get Janice Rand. So you don't get anybody really in the original series. You do get Uhura, who sits on the bridge and does communications, but she was never really treated as like this sexual symbol that is like part of a bigger part of the crew either. And I think that was one of the things that they were kind of dealing with. You know, that's why 7 of 9 arrived, was because she was like the hotness. And they needed another, you know, and there was a big argument about that. Like, you hear the women talk about that. So, you know, there was a bit of that going on in Star Trek Voyager that kind of messed with some of the, I don't want to say the power or anything like the power dynamic or anything like that, because I can't say that, but it definitely made it, you know, different. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, the thing about Voyager that I think a lot of people don't like is that Voyager was like a sitcom in space, because you were stuck. You know, the great thing about Next Gen was it was like Next Gen, you're in Federation space, you are visiting a new planet, maybe, you are going to Ryza, maybe you're fighting with whoever today, but, you know, the rotating cast of special guests, you know, you're keeping it fresh because you're at home. You're at home. They got lost, like, fuck you, away from where we're at. Like, 75 years worth of warp travel away from, according to them, away from where we are right now. And it's like, wow,
Can
okay.
Yeah. How many times could they have made it back home? Coming across the different technologies. they
That's
did.
true. There were a number of times where they had the opportunity, they had some technology that could have helped them advance home. It was interesting though because they would find something and it would help get them home. And then whatever that is would burn out, but they'd still be like, "Oh, well, we're 10 years closer to home." Or whatever. 100 we're 10,000 light years closer to home. Okay. I don't know. Come back, Stargate.
can I give you my let's just call it biggest hot take when it comes to Star Trek? Or like my
I mean,
biggest unpopular opinion?
I guess. I hope it's not terrible.
It might just be because I very much younger, and maybe back then it was like something more special. But I did not think that the drumhead was that good. I don't think like as in it was a good episode, but I was, let's just say, I was expecting more from what you told me when you recommended me that episode.
That episode has really good writing. It's really powerful, the episode. I think that you would have a hard time making a good of a statement as that episode made uh in 55 minutes or 42 minutes or whatever the network time on that episode, the runtime was. But that's interesting to me. What were you gonna say, Kevin? Hold on
What
one second, man.
episode?
The drumhead. It's the one where the Romulans, the Admiral Satie comes down. She's like the daughter of this great judge advocate for Starfleet that Captain Picard is a fan of. And anyway, the point is that some sabotage or a manufacturing malfunction takes place on the Enterprise. And they're concerned because one of the people that they believe may have had influence over it is his grandfather is a Romulan, and he did not mention that in his Starfleet one at Shrine, in his Starfleet stuff. And so I got three a big tree pushing me. So anyway, so Starfleet goes into this really big trial and starts taking freedom from people because of who they're associated with and who they think they are, or, what they think they know. And it's basically the episode. You got to go watch it for yourself. There's a really good speech that Captain Picard has at the end. Mr. Worf buys in. He is a human Klingon, he's dealt with Romulans in a very interesting and authentically different way, and the Romulans are at the very heart of this story, or that's what it would seem. And so anyway, definitely, you were gonna say, Ben, what were you gonna say about it?
I felt like my main issue with the episode was the judge lady was like too comically evil in my opinion. Like as in she was like very
You felt like it was overplayed?
obviously wrong. Yeah, that's like, I think you could have definitely had the whole thing more nuanced, and like her crash out in the end like literally just kind of invalidated the whole episode. Because I feel like not like from like a as in like from a logical not really logical, but like from some standpoints she has a point. And by just completely turning her into this evil ranting rambling figure, kind of like take away essentially the logical part of a argument, which kind of just turns into like this basically comically evil person, and just turns the whole episode into a good versus evil in the end. And I feel like, especially in like philosophical topics, that isn't as nuanced or as clever as you could do it. Like the beginning was good. I felt like the longer it was going on, the worse it got.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. What's up, Kevin?
Tree.
3 on you, brother.
Which tree? There are many.
Big tree. The big open tree.
Ah, man, I saw him and then I got domed.
1 hour left in the awesome. The awesome. What are you guys doing the rest of the day?
Going to bed after this, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I'll be cooking tomorrow, and then I'll be, like, DMing a game of Lancer, which is, like, the first time I'll be DMing anything in, like, a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I wanna, like, maybe read myself back into that a little bit more, and then go to bed.
Well,
Because I'll be making, like, some authentic carbonara stuff, which, spaghetti carbonara, which is, like, I actually bought the actual stuff from Italy
nice.
for that.
You get your Fortnite all ready for tomorrow, Kevin?
I'll be doing it.
What's up, Kevin?
I don't know if I'll be doing it.
Oh, you don't know if you're gonna play Fortnite with us? Okay.
I might be on a trip.
Oh, Kevin going on a trip. Who's the lucky lady, Kevin?
Just to get some stuff ready to go to Yakima.
Oh, okay. That's right. You had said you might go and dig out some more toys and... One here.
Should I actually, like, give Fortnite a try at some point?
Yeah, we'll be playing it live on the Awesome tomorrow.
Back when it was, like, really popular, I just did not care for it.
I used to play it.
That is... I love the headshot comment, glad I'm in your head and not in that head. I genuinely really like the small AIs. With, like, the little quips and stuff.
What? Overwatching tree. Tree.
Fucking big tree. Yeah, he just comes walking out and starts shooting at me like, hey, buddy. Oh, shit. There's one overlooking front. 2 at Grotto there. 2 at Grotto.
Do we actually have a compass or something?
Nearing victory.
Is that something you can enable?
What?
A compass?
No. Why do you need a compass?
So I can give directions?
You just ping in the direction that you're looking. If you see people, you press up on your D-pad, and it will ping.
Right, I keep forgetting that I can ping.
Yep. Feels bad, man.
Was the guy behind me, or what?
Yeah, I just came and... exterminated all these dudes camping at the shrine.
Gonna be, oh, here I found one.
Oh, Sniper Girl 69. Feels bad.
Top center.
Top at the center, Roger. Top in the center. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start... 2 at Shrine. We didn't start the fire. Anybody,
Weird that
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is it weird that I feel like that, like, actual shooting improves my, gaming shooting, as in, like, I don't look down sights as much anymore, and, like, wait till I actually see stuff and stuff like that?
It's,
And, like,
interesting.
I move differently, I feel like.
Maybe you do. Who knows? You might have leveled up your brain at boot camp. We didn't.
I would be surprised. I kind of feel like the opposite.
All right, here we go. Social playlists for the rest of the day. Yeah, I have some cleaning up to do. I'll be on the 6th of September. It's a Saturday. I'll be hosting an armor and wall building party at my house for the booth, so that the booth will be complete for Worlds. We're excited about it. We have altered our design a little bit to make it a little more easier and better for us to work with. I'm excited about it. I have some interesting news about there's going to be a lot of fun stuff at that we have going on at Worlds this year. We're already
They just tweeted out like, "Oh, this is going to be the fastest year we're selling out of tickets," and it's like thinking to myself, like, why are you selling out of tickets? The attendance is miserable to begin with. Why are they limiting it?
Well, it's interesting because it's not a convention, it's a gaming experience. It's a gaming tournament, so that's kind of why, but I get it, right?
This is the second year or I should say this is the third year they've been hemming and hawing like, oh, we're gonna grow it into something more. Oh, and then you find out that the behind the scenes they kind of limited it, and then they say, oh, we're gonna do it again, we're gonna make it bigger, and you hear about stuff happening, and they again are putting the brakes on it, and it's like this year's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like don't push it as something, because they pushed it again this year a little bit more than they did. Like, oh, we're changing it up.
Yes.
We're doing some things. It's like,
Are you though? Are you?
how can you grow it if you're cutting it off?
Yeah.
I feel like. Give me a second.
Give you a second. We're dropping it. We're dropping hot into a match. There is no seconds. You're here.
Oh, okay, good. For a second, I thought I might have rebound shooting and grenade.
I'm going
As in, like,
rockets.
I don't have
Supporting
primary
you.
fire anymore. I only have throwing grenades.
Okay.
Chipping. The sniper is up. I'm down. People believe exclusively sells
okay.
things better. Yeah.
A guy on the ridge.
Ridge, Roger. Who's got rocks?
I got rocks and
Roger.
I got invis.
I got one on me.
Or,
I'm
no,
dead.
that was.
Yeah, I think that, like, I'm looking at Emerald City, or not Emerald City, but PAX this year. PAX this year has already said that they're gonna fill both convention centers for PAX. So it's gonna be fucking huge this year. Already.
Oh, come on, both of them nearly got it.
Oh, I'm down. One on my
Three
X, one on my X. So I'm hoping that, eventually some of the conventions, I'm hoping that the Halo people will, they could pack an entire set of convention centers. They could, if they wanted to. Thank you. Got me anyway, with a grenade. Of course he did.
Rocket's gonna be back up.
Rockets
Two in
are
the
up in
center.
22. No, Rockets up in 12. Yeah, I got two on Arch,
me,
two on
please.
Arch here. I got two at the Arch, still two at the bottom of the Arch. I'm dead. I aggressed them so someone else could get the Rockets.
Saga.
I got overshield. Someone go for
Rocks are still up. I'm still
Go for
fighting two guys
AC.
over here. Three in front of blue, three in front of blue. They got Rockets.
Active camo.
No, I got
Oh,
rockets.
you got 'em.
Go for invis.
I'm going.
Enemy there.
Active camo acquired.
No eyes.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Wow, I'm shit. I am the shit.
Yes.
S7 inbound.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning.
S7 available.
Whoosh.
That spread.
I'm gonna get a sniper. Killing that guy, cause he's a douchebag.
Overshield cave.
I'm gonna get the sniper. There's still one shooting at me. He's in front of me. Oh, there's two here. There's two here. Shit.
Sniper shooting.
Yeah, there's one on top of, there's one up on top of the arch.
I got sniper.
Sniper, roger. Yeah, I got.
Front of blue.
Still two blue by cave. Wish I could play better. I'm not playing great right now.
Go for invis or
I'm on it.
overshield.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Whatever.
9 seconds till.
Active camo available.
No eyes. Oh, one on
Top
top.
of blue.
Top
Top
of blue.
of blue.
Oh, OV shield, huh? I got
Popped
you.
overshield.
Yeah, he did. He's dead.
Overshield's gone.
You keep getting assists.
Center, center.
Two still here left. At red. Oh, never mind. Blue. They're blue.
Top of arch.
Arch, roger.
Drop down. Top of
Arch
arch.
is dead. They're camping rocks. They're waiting for rocks. There's two in red cave. Two top red cave.
That is, this is so
God,
confusing.
we're
They're
all-
like in every direction.
It was always burning. Turn it. Pushing front door. Pushing red door. Two pushing red door.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Yeah, they're on rock. Rocks.
We've lost a teammate.
It's like a 45 that shoots hot nails. Power weapons available.
Top of red.
Overshield inbound.
Yeah, they got rockets. Did they get them? No. Yeah, they didn't get them. Okay. I'm going for them. Bitch. Rockets are gone. They got them.
I got camo.
I'm down. They've got rocks on.
Blue tunnel.
In my sight.
Ah, fuck.
It's like a
Rocks are
45
down.
that shoots hot
Rockets are down, Roger.
He missed. I can't remember who he missed.
Four
but I
here.
didn't see
Four.
who he missed. But he missed somebody and hit me instead of the rockets.
Nice. Saved me, bacon. Oh, you saved me, bacon. I'm dead. One on my X. Two in the creek.
Spotted.
We're down 7. 3 to lose.
Thank you, sweet
Why?
Savine.
That is weird.
2 to lose.
I feel like my
I'm dead.
melee is
One to
weird.
lose. One to lose. One to lose.
Ah, that was me.
Oh, he saved me, bacon. I don't know. I don't know. It's just no idea. Just came out of me. Got nothing for you. It's like a... I don't know. That was a rough match. That was rough. 21. Okay, we got 40 more minutes in the awesome. 40 more. 1,723 follows. Don't forget to join my Husky Raid tournament. You just gotta join the Discord and send me a message about your team of 4. It's the 13th and 14th of September. It's free to join. Bring your friends. Get the PvP role in the Spartan space and send me a message about it.
Get the PP roll in the Spartan space?
PvP role. PvP
okay.
role. A listing that I like sold. No. Okay. Pop.
Am I the only one who thinks the cosmetics are very expensive?
No. We always complain about it being expensive. Always. It's like the thing.
I feel like everything in this shop should be like a tenth of what it's actually.
Everything should be $1 to $3, and that's the maximum.
Yeah.
$1 to $3.
Yeah, no, it should be a little cheaper for sure.
And don't bundle a whole bunch of stuff we don't want in together and then give it a discount and say you're getting an awesome deal, because 80% of
We
the
all
stuff in
know
the
why you're
bundles
doing it.
are, yeah.
Right?
Like, ooh, it's a weapon coating. Whoop-de-doo. We all know armor, helmets, and armor color are the several things that people want. Everything else is just
Right?
chaff.
Here we go.
Second time around.
Grrr.
To win it, Slayer. Just
Pushing rocks with Kevin.
I'm gonna go through the tunnel.
Chip the snipers,
One
Kevin.
sniper.
Chip the snipers. Got one. There's still one there. Did you get out with the rockets?
Yeah.
Okay.
One in the archway at the active camo.
Sniper's down.
Over shield on you, Kevin. On you.
Yeah, I know.
He's dead. Going up for that
Can I
sniper.
see how long my active camo is lasting, or?
No, it doesn't.
not a
It
thing?
doesn't tell you how long. Oh, the sniper is gone. What? Came down for it and it's gone. Two at red. Nice.
Oh, I don't know how they got me.
They have the sniper rifle. That's how.
Front of red.
Back smack the guy with the sniper rifle.
Grab that S7 sniper.
Right there. Grab it, or I'm gonna go.
Take it.
back. It only has a single bullet in there anyway, so.
Fucking no way. I missed all of those shots like a jackass. There's one on my X, two on my
Oh,
X
come on.
now. On Red Arch.
I think I got backsmacked by the guy that I backsmacked. Or the girl, I don't know. Behind us.
Spanker inbound.
Yeah, it's right here in the middle in front of Red.
Active camo here.
I'm up.
Overshield
Everything
inbound.
rockets are up now.
Spanker available.
Yep.
They got him. He wasted one at least. They're all in the cave.
Oh man,
Overshield
yeah.
available.
I got like
Active
from two
camo
sides.
inbound.
They're all together.
Yeah, they are.
Overshield of 10. Active camo available.
One on my X.
You are so much better
Still
than
got OV on. 18 to snipes. I'm gonna try to push to it. OV is broken now.
I wish there was more like info in the stats screen. Not just like.
This guy's crouching up the arch like he's gonna kill me, like he's got something. There's one in blue here, in blue.
S7 available.
Oh fuck, how'd I get... I got back smacked? How? Where did that guy come from, and how did neither of you guys see him before he back smacked me?
Sniper is ours.
On top of arch right now, it rocks. One below arch. $15 it rocks.
Front of blue.
Help! Ah, come on.
Spanker inbound.
Ping killed me. I had like my crosshair on his head. It was purple and I died.
Spanker available.
Yeah, you thought.
Overshield inbound. Hope they had good insurance. Double kill.
No eyes.
Overshield available.
Rockets are wasted.
Active camo inbound.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were one of them. There is one of them.
CQS-48 Bulldog pumped and ready. Active camo.
Oh, I hate getting into fist fights when I'm playing with you guys.
In the lead. Killing spree. Double
Feels bad.
Admiral Preston J. Cole on a bicycle. Not much ammo left, Spartan.
Oh, wow. Okay. Great shot, dude. I'm down. Really? They're giving me the bags? We're winning. We're winning. They're bagging me, you guys. We gotta win.
Picked up the Space Monkey case.
On my X. Low.
Out in the middle, in the middle.
Yeah, 2 in the middle.
Got one.
One still weak. 2 in the middle. 3 in the middle now. 3, 3, 3. In the creek. In the middle. 14 to Spanker. Two down. 2 down. I'm going up to the rockets.
Double kill.
I'm heading there.
I'm already there. I'm already there. I got
One
one
behind
chipping
you.
me. Yeah, one chipping me. One chipping me.
Power weapons. Let's go.
Go for overshield.
One in the base. One in the base.
Yep, going.
No shields.
Overshield inbound. Double kill.
They're above me. Sniper, sniper, sniper.
I'm
Yep,
really
got me.
proud of you.
2 rounds on me with that sniper. Should be down to 4 now.
Overshield available. Killing
Thanks to the
spree.
sniper rifle, bro.
Active camo inbound.
Oh, they're on over or invis. Invis is up.
Oh fuck! They got one. They got one round in that in the sniper left. One round. We're up 3 still.
Oh, they got an invis.
5 minutes remaining.
I mean, with the right player, 1 round's all it takes on that sniper.
2 here, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here in front of the base. One just killed me.
Keep your
One of their players has invis and doesn't even use it.
Wow.
We're up 1.
Up 1, Roger. I got 2 here pushing me in the center. 3 now. 3. I got stuck on a rock. Tied. 9 to win, 9 to lose. Rockets are up in 20.
And finally, I think that might have been like distributed between 2 guys, but that super combine took forever.
S7 sniper in my hands. Well, your hands. Spanker inbound.
In invis tunnel.
Yep, invis tunnel, Roger.
Spanker
Bottom of arch. Bottom of arch.
I dropped the rockets, Kevin. They're on our base on the floor. They're, Never mind, I got him. It's 2 rockets on my X. Needed a reload in front. Yeah, you saw them. They're in blue base right now. 2 in the front.
2 guys in the base.
shield available.
One has no shields.
Just chipped 1. Just killed 1. He wasted 2 rockets.
Back on
The
those
rockets are
shields.
gone. Rockets are gone. 2 to lose, 4 to win.
Active camo inbound.
2 to lose, 4 to win.
2 on my X. No, 3 on my X. Going into the tunnel.
Damn. Bummer.
I don't like that map.
It's a classic.
it's
it's a
just-
classic, Ben. It's a classic.
I don't know. I feel
I
like
don't
it's
like
just
Halo.
chaotic.
That's what you're saying.
It's too chaotic. If it were like a little bigger, maybe, but like it's just too small, too like close quarters.
It's okay. I'm gonna pee. I have to pee again. Just hold the fort, Kevin. I'll be right back. Got to pee one more time.
Fun. While the sysop is away. It's going to be 100 degrees here today or tomorrow. How about you guys? What's weather like?
But it's like night right now, so like a little bit rainy, pretty decent temperature.
Yes, I will agree with that. Vegas is always hot. That's why it's like you know no one goes out during midday. You wake up early, you do your shit, you go back inside, and then you might creep back out when it goes down. Oh, 101 last night. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
In my case, like in in half an hour, it's like 11. So yeah.
Yeah, so what? 100 would be about what? 33?
What? I don't know the conversions. I was like talking about time.
Oh.
Turn. I
That
brought
is
with me a
good.
snack. Another snack.
That is
and
also good.
an empty bladder. Hey Lexi, how you doing? Hey everybody, go check out my friend Lexi. She streams and builds awesome cosplays. Go check her out.
Wolfie said it was 101 last night in Vegas.
Oh my Jesus. That is a lot, Woofy. That is a lot. The snack of choice at the moment is Sun Chips. Gotta be one of my favorite snacks.
Are you sure they're Sun Chips and not Sun Crisps?
They're definitely Sun Chips. Because it says so on the bag.
I don't know. They might call those crisps somewhere else.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sun Crisps. That's funny. Mmm. I wonder if they sell Sun Chips in the UK and if they call them Sun Crisps there.
I bet you they do.
It's kind of hilarious when you think about it.
It's not milk and cookies, it's milk and biscuits.
Again, it's Worcestershire sauce.
I'm just not gonna even try and pronounce that.
What, Worcestershire?
That, exactly.
Yeah, Worcestershire. Fucking Jesus, just hit the shot, John. I'm going for Muty. They left it I got Muty and I'm going for Ovi. Back here. I also have Sniper.
They got their overshield.
Okay, I took 2 rounds out of the sniper, but I fucked it up, so now they have their sniper again.
Overshield acquired.
They have their Sniper, Roger. No eyes.
Their overshield's burnt, but they took me out.
One round less. Pushing again.
He's here. He's pushing me. I got one here. They're pushing bottom. Pushing bottom again.
Sniper down there.
Nice. Great job, guys.
Yep, they're here. Overshield's gonna be up, so is Rocket. 15.
I'm at Rockets now.
15.
I'm at Rockets.
I'm at yellow overshield. Blue overshield is still up.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where.
I was so confused for a minute because like this feels like a Husky raid map.
Power items available.
I got gold overshield.
I dumped Sniper with 2 rounds for Rockets.
3 rounds.
Oh, it had 3 in it? Okay.
Okay, now it has 1 in it.
So did we get blue overshield or do they?
They got it.
They're on top.
Yep, they have the blue overshield right now. Oh, they're pushing me. They got 2 rocks and OV here. His OV did not break.
Top for.
It was my fault.
Top blue.
Rockets
Oh,
behind
they
us.
got
Rockets and Muty. Hey, Alexi.
Lost the lead.
How's life today?
Power weapons en route.
Got one over here.
I got one here. I'm getting pushed from 2 places.
Gained the lead.
Mutilator's down.
Muty is down, Roger. Ooh, sniper. They got sniper in the hallway on blue side.
Ah, man, that was way too late.
Send them straight to heaven.
Muty's up.
With our trusty S. Hey, nice shot.
I wish I had like the jump boost.
He's weak. He's weak right there. He's weak behind shield.
Power items incoming.
Yeah, they're on Mutilator. They're pushing Mutilator.
That's why I'm pushing rockets.
Power items in play.
They got blue over shield.
Sure. Double kill.
Yep, that's okay.
I'm going gold. I'm going gold over shield.
It's alright. I killed 3. There's one still here. I don't know who had the overshield because they didn't use it or I killed him. No, it's up now. I got it now.
Hey,
Where's your buddy? Where'd your buddy go, dickbag? Yeah, gold side, gold side.
Bottom.
you are so much better than them.
Well, that feels bad.
They got Mutilator by Wolfie. Yeah, Mutilate gold.
One on my
side,
exit
3
man
gold
cannon. One
side.
on my exit man cannon. He's weak. To burn this candle. I have somehow found a way to burn the same candle from 3 ends. Are you talking about the candle of life? Or are we talking
me,
about
on me,
a
on me,
real
on me, on
candle?
me.
On you, Roger. I'm at blue top. You should snipe the big. I'm down, I'm down. One on me weak, one on me weak.
That sniper shot was so cinematic.
13 to rocks. Like burned out.
Stuff coming from who knows where.
Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like that.
Oh,
Sometimes
I
one behind me,
got
they're
it,
pushing
man.
rocks. They're gonna have rocks now.
Gold.
Rocks are up,
gold.
they have them.
Power items available.
Okay.
They're close.
Where did he go?
Yep, still top.
Okay. Then.
They're looking at me. They're coming. They're coming.
Yeah, they got rocks.
Rocks is
No
down.
longer got rock.
Eyes up.
Yeah. They're gonna be on rocks.
One on
there,
rocks,
right
one on
there.
rocks, still one on rocks. There's rockets on the ground right there on my body.
How I hate this so much. Like melee is useless when I'm playing with you guys.
Why is melee
Rock
useless
thing
when
should
you're
still
playing
be
with us?
there.
I got him. There's only one in the tube. One remain, one
Thing just
remain.
does not let me use it. Oh man, left and right next to me. Because with my ping I just cannot use it.
Hey, nice shot. 5 minutes remaining.
I just got
It's mostly
gold,
about
sniper, and
getting
gold
hit.
overshield.
Nothing wrong with extra protection.
Blue, I think.
I'm at gold 2 here at gold 2.
Learn to shoot. Oh, he got me. He's weak.
Oh,
Basically, if I wanna actually hit hit somebody, I gotta like hit way early, and because like they are closer to me, and it's so weird. So by the time it looks like I can hit them, I'm already way up in their face, and they're gonna punch me, and then I'm just gonna die.
Interesting.
Also, like when they walk around me, if they're still to my left, they're already behind me, stuff like that. It's a little annoying.
Do you have a big lag? Is there a?
He's
got-
German.
I'm from
He's
Europe,
in Germany.
so it's like latency.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit more issues. That was great. That was a great match, though. We won.
Yeah, it was pretty good, yeah.
We Ben, you were not positive that match, but beyond that, it was good. Nice job, Kevin. 21 kills. You beat me by 2 kills, but you had 1 more death than me, Kevin.
I feel like it works best on like medium distance, because like on long distances you start to like feel it again a little bit, and like on short distances you really need like the times that like the time that it costs. So medium is like the distance I am the most comfortable as well.
Gotcha. But just getting a snack. Cheese.
I had a friend the other week join me. We hadn't played for a while. He's also someone in the 405th.
I'll see you, Wolfie.
We
Yeah, go
hadn't played in a while, and we just went into some social games, and he was getting his ass whooped left and right.
Oh.
He's like, "I'm not playing good tonight," and I'm like, "Well," and he's like, "Kevin, what rank are you, or what you know, what's your?" I'm like, I'm in Onyx." He's like, "Oh." So I was dragging him into these social games with
Oh,
based
God.
on
Wow.
he stuck with it. He felt so inadequate. It was
Wow. That's like Maddie. We haven't seen him in a while. Hey, Maddie, if you're watching, hi. You know, he used to be a really good Halo player, and then we drug him through a little bit, and he would always, you know. We play every day.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, like as long as you're having fun.
I still consider myself just mediocre, tell you the truth.
Yeah. I feel
I'm
that
nowhere.
They ain't called me to put me on the Shopify roster or nothing, so you know.
I'm about a flip of a coin. I'm about 50-50.
There are definitely some days where I'm better than other days. We are well snacked. It's one shot.
Kill to score, score more to win.
I'm heading for my normal stomping ground, red.
I saw it coming.
Oh, no way.
I'm at red.
Man, I should have slapped him down. There's
No eyes red, one in blue. No eyes in blue, no eyes in blue. I'm in red.
There's one below me.
There's one here in red, Kevin. In red, there he is. Yep, he got me.
He's gone.
I'm sorry about your
Yeah,
burnout. Your puppy looks absolutely adorable, Lexi. Like, I just can't wait to meet him in person.
Did they make
Top blue,
changes
top
to that map?
blue.
Man cannon. Want a top man cannon. I'm at red. No eyes red.
Oh, I should have went for the shot. I wanted to melee.
No eyes red. No eyes red.
They're gonna be blue. They're gonna be blue.
Ben, is it blue? Up there.
Yep, blue.
Just had one at green. I got him. I got him at red. They're gonna be spawning red.
You are so much better
I love
than
this
them.
game mode so much.
Feels bad.
Legion.
No eyes. I'm at red. Check green. Somebody check green. Check green. Check green. I'm at red. I've got one at blue.
Green clear. I think that was green.
I'm looking
Sure.
for. I'm at blue.
I got red. Red down here. Red. Two at red. Two at red. One on me. I'm down. I'm up at red.
Do you really only have one shot, or?
Yeah, it's one shot unless you
One
melee. If you melee, you get an additional round in your gun.
But like you keep that round, okay?
Yeah, correct. Well, until you use it, and then it's gone.
Center, 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 top.
I'm at,
Oh,
Two of them.
yep, I'm at red.
I could have sworn that one guy like shot his shot and then like after that he shot me, or he meleeed me, but like he seemed very far away.
Nice shot. Halfway to
I'm at blue. No eyes blue. No eyes blue. One.
You gonna kill that guy?
I'm trying. It was just out of range. Like, I could not get the beat down. It was like... I love that you just waited for me to kill him, though. That was rich.
Oh, center, center, center,
I
center.
just killed one on the alcove. Let's see.
Oh, he got me. Blue, blue.
There's
There
one
you
at
go.
green, one at green. Sorry, hamburger guy.
Oh, center.
Legion.
Fucking murked that guy. Don't even feel bad. Going to red.
Not much left of them.
From
Good
where?
lord. I'm at red. No eyes red.
Blue center. Blue, blue,
Blue, roger.
center.
Hey, nice shot.
Center, roger. No eyes, center. Backing into blue.
Friend. Thrustmaster activate. Nearing victory. Double kill.
Damn.
Why
I'm
did
at
I
red.
get ammo?
Oh, fuck, I'm dead at red. Two red, 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 two red, two red, three red, three red. If you burn your ammo, you have to live. You have to survive for an amount of time before it will give you give you replacement ammunition via requisition. Fuck, fine.
Blue, blue,
Not
blue,
gonna let
center.
me hit him. I'm just gonna shoot him. Blue center, roger. I'm at red.
Ah, come on.
Five to win.
Just went for the melee. That is like a hard, like a hard decision to make. Should you go for the melee or for the shot?
One to win. Come on, please kill them before they get one more kill. Good lord, thank you. Steak-tacular! Steak-tacular! I love it.
Could we play something on like a bigger map?
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Feels bad. Did you say you want another match, but on a smaller map? Is that what you said?
Something less reaction time based with like longer TTK would be great.
Oh, something with lower time to kill to end the awesome. Is that what you're asking for?
Stretch for me, Daddy. Give me a
Yeah,
big
you know what he's asking for,
arm
right, Kevin?
stretch.
Small team battles.
He's asking for a small team battle. He's asking for a small team battle on an enclosed boxy map. That sounds like Kevin in my favorite mode. All I ask now is, do you want super or regular? It's the only question I have for you to end the awesome. Would you like super or regular? And there's no guarantee you're going to get what you want because the roulette wheel is spinning.
I mean, what are we? We are super, so we need to take super.
Okay, well, if we get it, we get it. There's only 3 of us, so be ready. This could be ugly. This could last 18 minutes. This might be overtime for you guys in the awesome watching, all 4 of you, but we'll see.
I might go in the wrong direction too.
Oh my god, if you take the flag to the wrong person, I swear to god. Oh, man.
John, why would you do this to a friend?
Because Ben asked for it, that's why. Because if we're all going to suffer, we should suffer together. Right?
So we just need to ask, and you'll
ask, and you shall receive. That's right. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna head off. Nah, I would never do that.
He disconnects.
He
Boop! Like, son of a bitch! Last match of the day, guys. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's on Disciple. I'll say, hey, shout out to Spartan Wrath if he's out there watching today.
At least it's super.
It is super. It is super. I've got a needle. A single needle. Mangler. Kevin's got Space Monkey Taser. And Ben's got Mangler. Nobody's got a wall? I got Grapple
I remember
Shot.
where I saw it, but I feel like Blamite throwing knives would be awesome.
Shoo!
One of them's got a grapple.
Makes 2 of us. I got 1 down. 1 down, I'm dead.
One center.
Center eye. Center eye.
Oh, they just dropped the shield.
Yeah, they did.
Watch out with the hammer.
Second wall.
On the direction around the corner.
Yeah, hammer on the left, I think.
Hammer's dead.
Both hammers. Hammer, hammer, hammer.
Killing spree. Double kill. Flag return.
I'm dead. 1 left side. 1 left side.
I'm dead.
How? How did he dance through that fire? I'm so confused. There's 1 in the base, 2 in the base, 3 in the base. 1 with a hammer in the base. Hammer is dead.
It bounces. Who designs a gun that bounces? Apparently the banished. No, the foreigner.
Flag return. All they are is dust in our
One.
I'm dead.
That was
2
a
pushing, 2 pushing mid, 2 pushing mid. They get our flag again? What? No, we got their flag. Okay. We got wall here.
Hammer coming from the right side.
Double kill. Just go. Push, push, push.
Hammer middle, hammer middle. I think he's dead. He's lying there. Yeah, wonderful. I got it. Sword dropped down, so I think he might come back up somewhere. That felt intentional. Sword and base, sword and base.
Yeah, I got him.
Ah, I should have.
flag return.
Hammer on my X.
One left
Don't
side
do
behind wall, one in the mid, one in the mid, one left
he
side
didn't
behind
see
wall,
it.
one in the mid.
You didn't see it. Hammer not coming to a base.
Great kill.
Ah, come on.
3 down.
Shields are down.
Got him.
I'm down. One behind plate with
I'm down,
plasma
I'm
pistol.
down.
Runner down. One behind plate with plasma pistol.
Pop their shields.
One in the base. One in the base. He's leaving with
They
flag.
got a
Rockets
flag.
also. Rockets also.
Got an enemy at 41.
Come on, get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Ah, come on. The moment it locked on, he went behind a pillar.
One left side on ours. Left side, left side. Needles on the bit. There you go.
Damn it.
I'm gonna be in their base in a minute.
How? Like, I
Oh, they're on our
was mid-lunge, I hit him, and then, like, I died.
Flag. Not bad. Augmented omen of the enemy.
Oh, how did... No way! I'm dead. They're gonna get a flag cap because of it.
Captured your flag.
Interesting. How'd they get in? Today I woke up at... What time did you wake up at, Krampus?
And why aren't you joining us in this game, Francis? That is my important question.
Krampus doesn't play a whole lot of Husky Raid with us anymore.
What happened? I still remember the good old days like it was a couple of months ago. Mostly because it was.
Oh, how did... Okay. That's unbelievable, but okay. 2:30. 2:30. Today I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Okay.
Closing in.
Yeah, it didn't populate on the chat, Krampus, until I looked a second time.
Classy new Mombasa. Double kill.
Oh, one left side mean beam alone. All the other three are dead.
Great, I've got a
Yeah.
sword in a sniper battle.
There's two in nest in their base. Yeah, I would if you did play it. And we've been focusing on Delta Slayer and those types more. Yeah, we have. We've been just trying to be more more fluid with our types of gameplay.
Sword coming to base. Sword
Wall
coming to
here,
base.
wall here. Where's the sword at? Oh, he's got mean
left
beam. He's
corner.
got mean beam behind you. Mean beam behind you. Yeah, he's right there. He's still there weak. He's still there weak, Ben, just to your right.
Ah, lol, he fell. Nope, he glitched through the...
He's dead, he's dead.
What?
He didn't glitch, he had a boost pack.
Yeah, but like on my end, like he fell down and then he came flying through the ground.
Yeah.
Like weird pink
Oh,
stuff.
we got one in the base, we got one in the base. He's out with the flag. Nice, nice. Get out, get out. There's our teammate doing work. Let's see if I can get to that flag before it goes away.
Covering you. I'm not hitting shit, but I'm trying to cover you. And I got a rocket.
They're all coming. They're all coming.
There's no... Wow. That's it? That's gonna end it, I bet. They're gonna cap it?
Yep.
Yep.
Enemy captured your flag. Good.
Alright, well, it happens.
Was a good game.
It was an alright game. Don't worry, Krampus, we'll play more Husky Raid. We got a lot more of it coming because that tournament is coming up.
By the way, Krampus, you still looking for someone to be like in a team with, or are you on a team with like a spot open?
I bet they're all coming, giggity. Check it out, I was 28-17-3 that match with 1 cap and 3 returns. Not the best, but not terrible. Hey guys, that's it for today. We experienced 6 minutes of overtime. Thank you for spending every minute that you have with us here in the Awesome. It means the world to us. Don't forget to check out the Husky Raid tournament September 13th and 14th here in the Spartan Space. It's free to join, teams of 4. Rules are posted in the tournament chat. All you got to do is join the Discord and get the PvP roles so you can see them. Send a message to Foamforge Cosplay or myself about being part of the tournament. He is the tournament coordinator after all, and he will need to know for rostering. Thank you so much for the time. And, man, it's been awesome today. For Kevin, for Jimmy, for everybody who's here, come and see us tomorrow for Fortnite Friday, starting at 10 Pacific. I'm awesome, you're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. We'll see you here tomorrow in the Spartan Space, right here at 10 Pacific, where it's awesome because of you. Here's the heart. Kevin, you got something for us today? Anything funny?
I'm not a stand-in for Jimmy. I can't fill those shoes.
I respect that. Thanks, Kevin. Hey, guys, stay awesome. We'll see you next time.